It is the policy of the Housing Authority to solicit qualified contractors and ensure that they are afforded the maximum opportunity to participate in our contracting and procurement program. Contractors must register with the Housing Authority in order to do business with the Housing Authority. The contractor vouchers are maintained in our procurement department. Question 9, families in demolition units. The John F. Kennedy terrace sites currently house 42 families whose apartments will be demolished. These families are located within the WIHFA propane blast zones, but are currently being relocated to other housing authorities' public housing sites. As suitable units become available, upon the final HUD demolition approval, these families will be subjected to relocation options underneath the formal relocation program. Question number 10, WIM delights down payment grants. Answer, 38 families have down payments. Their information will be verified and transmitted to the governor's office for grant issuance by fourth quarter of 2025. In closing, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and distinguished senators, the Housing Authority mission remains clear: to strengthen the communities through safe, affordable housing while empowering residents towards stability, resilience, and long-term self-sufficiency. Our work is not simply about building and maintaining housing units. It's about restoring dignity, expanding housing opportunities, and creating pathways for the Virgin Islanders to thrive. Every repaired roof, every redevelopment community, every family supported through a voucher or a homeownership initiative represent a step towards a stronger Virgin Islands. We recognize that none of this progress is possible without the oversight, support, and partnership of this body. Your leadership, together with our collaboration with the governor's administration, HUD, FEMA, private developers, and most importantly, our residents, make it possible to transform housing into a foundation of opportunity. On behalf of the entire Virgin Island Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, our leadership team, and our dedicated staff, I thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony and reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the families, seniors, and young people we serve. We look forward to continue this important work of partnership with you. My team and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, E.D. Alexander, for your testimony. Colleagues, before I begin, I want to recognize Senator Angel Boquez. You've been here for some time. I didn't recognize you. Thank you for being here, Senator Boquez, non-committee member. Madam Clerk, please mark Senator DeGraff as being president. Welcome, Senator DeGraff. I want to say congratulations to Ms. Anthony for achieving once again your high performance designation. And when it comes to the Section 8 program, the Wholesale Child Voucher program, appreciate the work you do, you and your team. Congratulations again. Also to Ms. Cecile Foy for getting 22 out of 25 when it comes to the FAS. Always on point. And continue with the good work. Ms. Alexander, let me ask you, in respect to your testimony, you spoke to your work order system. I say you have improved from last year. So let me ask you in more detail, so you can just give us a little more insight when it comes to your work orders. Starting with emergency, what's your average time for emergency, routine work orders, urgent work orders? And how much have you improved in those areas?
Thank you very much, Chairman, for that question. That's a very good question. We address all emergencies within 24 hours. The year to as of August 1st, our numbers, we had 129 emergencies, and we addressed all 129 emergencies within 24 hours. Non-emergencies, we had about 1,000 work orders. Let me correct that. About 1,000 work orders in St. Thomas, and we had about another 1,800 in St. Croix. Totally, we completed about 3,000 work orders for that month. And the average turnaround time of St. Thomas is about 2.3 days, and St. Croix is about 5.3 days. And that is below the industry standard. Industry standard is typically 3 to 5 days. HUD gives you at least 11 days to address it, so that's way below the standard.
Okay, very well. And let me ask you in respect to, you spoke to roof repairs a lot in your testimony. You spoke about a lot of roof repairs. You spoke about mold and replacing sewer line, etc. I know we had a problem in Pearson Garden for some time with a sewer line. Have that been addressed? In Pearson Garden, the line behind Building 9?
So that line in Pearson Gardens
Yeah.
is still being addressed. I think that the local government is waiting for a part for that specific line, but
The lift station.
it's just the lift station there.
So I'll give you a point of information. Go ahead, because you've been on that also. Go ahead. Please recognize Senator Fonseca for his point of information.
Yes, good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I wanted to follow up on that, that sewer line, because I know I was doing some research. Pearson Gardens was constructed around 1954-ish, which would make it about 71 years. Now, the chairman referred to that line in the back of building 8-9.
Yeah.
That comes straight out through the road, the entrance road, when you're going into building 1. Is that still the original cast iron line, or has that line ever been replaced?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So the Department of Public Works is currently doing some improvements in that area, and those lines will be improved. Right
But
now,
it's
yes, it's still
the
the
old
old
line, and that
cast
goes
iron.
right into the pump station in front of Lucena Millen?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I'm going to go to my colleague because I have many questions. I'll ask questions as we go along, but it's going to be in this order. Okay, we're going to start the line of questioning with Senator Maurice James, my former co-chair. She'll be first. Second will be Senator Clifford Joseph, my current co-chair. He'll be second. Third will be Senator Carla Joseph. Fourth, Third, Senator Angel Boquez. I keep on forgetting my boy. Third, Senator Angel Boquez. And I do have your third, my bad. Fourth, Senator Carla Joseph. Fifth, Senator Ray Fonseca. And sixth, Senator Dwayne Graff. And I guess we'll get Senator Viela when he gets here. Okay, so that's the order in terms of line of question. Okay, so Senator Maurice James, I know you're anxious to go, so I'll let you go ahead and ask your line of questioning. You may proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, everyone in and outside the room. I, first of all, want to I'm gonna read a quote, because sometimes I hear the governor and I now understand more than ever some of the things that he says. There's a quote that talks about legacy. Legacy is not what's left tomorrow when you're gone. It's what you give, create, impact, and contribute today while you're here. That then happens to live on after you're gone. And that's by Rashid Ogunlaru. And so I want to focus on that, because one said too about the governor. The governor was the one who said that he would gave the grants to the people of Williams Delight. And most people don't know this, but the governor has actually reached out to me on his own to ask me about Williams Delight and what's happening. And as recently as Monday, asked about Williams Delight. And the people in Williams Delight, lives have been changed by the grant of that $15,000. And that's a long-lasting impact on their lives today, but on their children's lives, because we talk about Black people, the majority of whom live in the Virgin Islands, and the fact that we have to build generational wealth. And as most of us know, that begins with owning our own homes. And the decisions we make today to help people moving forward in Williams Delight to own their own homes will affect them and their children and their grandchildren. I do want to say again, thank you to the governor, but I do want to express to the Virgin Islands Housing Authority that in your testimony, you talked about the people who have made down payments and the 75 families remaining to purchase their homes. And if most of you have seen or heard recently, when the governor's term ends in December 2026, Maurice's term will also end in December 2026. And so I want to personally thank him for doing what he did, and I hope he doesn't minimize the impact that he will have made on these people's lives. So, say one, say two about the governor. I personally, on behalf of those people, because I'm sure they themselves realize the impact that this $15,000 grant has made on their lives. I continue to get questions from people in Williams Delight about the process. So my questions are going to be very targeted because it's only to help them understand what's happening. So the first question that I'm going to ask of the Housing Authority is to tell the people who are on St. Croix, who call my office, thinking somehow that I, Maurice James, or the governor, Albert Bryan Jr., create the list. I need you to tell the people of the Virgin Islands that you are the one who provide the list of names to Senator Maurice James and Governor Albert Bryan Jr. Is that not true?
Thank you for that question, Senator James. You are 100% correct. We formed that list because we want to make sure that everyone on that list qualifies. They have to be in good standing. So some folks may start out not in good standing and may not end up in good standing until after they go through a certain process. But that's how we form the list, making sure that everyone is in good standing. But yes, to answer your question, we form that list.
Okay, thank you. And when it comes to the contractors, and I'm glad you provided, and I'm going to say this too, the idea that I had with the initiative for Williams Delight could not have happened without Senator Marvin Blyden having that hearing on that fateful night here on St. Croix that opened my eyes to Williams Delight. That could not have happened. It also, so I need to, you have to give credit where credit is due. And so I want to publicly thank Senator Marvin Blyden for that, because as the housing chair, he led the way, and I want to publicly thank him. The contractors, the question that he asked you to provide about the contractors, do the
Time.
home, oh wow.
Continue.
My time is up, sir?
Continue.
Yes.
Continue.
Okay. I just wanted, the question that Senator Marvin Blyden asked about the contractors, do the homeowners have the opportunity to select from the list of contractors? And how does that process work?
They don't pick.
Yeah, they're big.
You want to speak on that?
Ms. Bell?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. To respond to the Senator's question, yes, they have the option to pick either from our list or to provide a contractor who is licensed to do business in the territory.
Okay, thank you. Senator, I hope we have another round because I have some more questions, but thank you. I don't want to abuse the time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's important, so we have no issues. Before I go to Senator Clifford Joseph, E.D. Alexander, let me ask you quickly in respect to your testimony also. You spoke about the Inspire scores
Yes.
and 6 sites that have averaged thus far 71% ahead of last year. What was the average score last year?
We was way below 70%. I don't have the exact number, but I know we had several sites.
I can
that-
remind you.
Yes, several sites that was in the 30s, in the 40s last year, and some of those sites had made it to in the 70s this year. So the score's a lot better this year than it was last year.
And what sites are those 6 sites? Can you do you know off the top of your head?
Yes. Those 6 sites are,
Speak into the mic, please.
yes, William Hodge, Louis Brown, Phase 1 and 2, Williams Delight, Curran Terrace, and PMP, Paul and Pearson.
That's 5.
That's 5? Oh, yes.
Just got that one.
Yeah, and Ralph D. Shabert.
Okay. And what does 71 mean? What's the scale?
Is that
The,
average?
the average,
No, what the scale in terms of passing, failure, whatever? Give me the scale. the
anything
number.
over 60.
Is passing. Well, that's
Yes.
important for folks to know. Okay, thank you so much. Senator Clifford Joseph, one moment.
Yes.
It's just a
So
number that.
I would just add that our highest score was 87 out of the
Say that again, sorry.
our highest score. So our final score just came in, so the highest score is 87. So that average of 71 will increase.
Okay, very well. And do you have a maintenance plan moving forward? Maintenance plan. You have a maintenance plan? For this?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
very
we do.
You have a point of information, Senator Joseph? Quickly, before I go to Senator Clifford Joseph.
Yes, I'm just asking for some clarity, how the Ralph D. Shabert housing community will be considered if it's demolished. Do you have housing units there? Are they also in the mix? How is that?
It's the name of the AMP. Yeah, not just, but
and-
just the AMP.
Okay, and the AMP name is Ralph, and what housing community specific? Because we know Ralph D. Shabert has been demolished for years. What AMPs are included in the Ralph D. Shabert AMP?
So
State your name on the
Lydia
record.
Pell,
Thank you.
Chief Operating Officer. The site that would be in that AMP would be the Alfonso Piggy Gerard.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you so much, Senator Carl Joseph. Point of information, Senator Angel Bolquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation to your commentary concerning the Inspire inspection, we know that the 6 sites are the 71% that you indicated, but what is the portfolio-wide overall score of the Virgin Islands housing? And what will you need to do to be in compliance with the standard performance threshold?
Okay, very good question. Thank you for that, Senator Boquez. We haven't had an inspection at all the sites yet, so it's not combined. So typically, if you get below 70, they give you an inspection every year. If you get an inspection, if you get above 80, you get an inspection every 2 years. You get above 90, you get an inspection every 3 years. So we are a troubled housing authority. So we're in the troubled housing authority, and that's based on our overall 5 score. So one of the key components is that we only scored only 19 points out of a total 40 points in physical. So when they come out and do an Inspire inspection, it's basically to check the physical conditions of the units that the residences are working in. that living in. So we have been focusing on trying to restore the units that the people, and make the repairs in the units that the folks are living in that will increase our score.
So are you currently at the standard performer threshold?
No, we are not a standard housing authority. We are a troubled housing authority.
Okay. Very well. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Volker, for your line of questioning. Before I go to Senator Clifford Joseph, one more quick question to follow up with Senator Volker's line of questioning. In terms of the 19 out of 40, most of your findings were in common areas, or most of the findings were in the units?
In the units. Most of the issues, so typically REACT used to be basically on the outside.
Correct.
Now the Inspire is more focused on the inside, smoke detectors, GFIs, conditions, so.
Cabinets, because I heard a lot in your testimony,
Yes.
cabinets.
Yes, cabinets, yes, that's correct.
So Inspire focus score the inside of the units more than the common areas? Because
Yes.
I know it was the other way around. I
Yes.
think this makes more sense because the people live inside those units.
Yes,
It
for
makes
the,
more sense.
yes, sir, Senator, thank you. For the most part, it's focusing basically like they do in the industry, the condition of the unit. They want to make sure that the folks are living in safe sanitary units.
Decent
So the
housing.
focus now went from basically common areas to inside the units.
And that's why you ordered 100 doors, etc. Very well. So, Dr. Clifford, Joe, did you recognize for your 5 minutes?
Yes, good morning. Good morning to the Virgin Islands. Good morning to central staff here in the legislature. And good morning to the testifiers. Ms. Edie Alexander, my first question, since we are on the topic of William the Light, I got some calls and questions about asking, the question they really want to know is, since some folks have already paid their portion and still was able to get the grant, and they find it kind of discriminating that they're working, still paying the actual mortgage to whoever mortgage company, but struggling to make these payments. So if it's possible, if not the full amount of the grant, that some of these people could get some kind of some portion of assistance as well, because they're still paying, they live in William the Light and they're actually still paying a mortgage.
Could you ask that question again, Senator Joseph? I wasn't clear on that.
Okay, I got I got asked, to be clear. Individuals who presently are getting assistance with the grant, some of them already have paid a portion prior to getting the grant, but they still get the grant. So now you have other individuals who already had a mortgage prior, either rural development or whatever banking. Not a question about where they're getting it from, but actually is working and is struggling to make payments and would like to know if they too could be considered for some portion of a grant.
So I'm not clear on the question. Are you asking, could they have the opportunity to be one of the 75 people, or they're part of the 75?
They feel somewhat discriminated because they're paying in full, and individuals are now getting grants to help them pay for their mortgage. So they just want to see if it's possible that they could be assisted as well, even if not at 100% of what everybody else is getting, because maybe they've been paying a longer time. But with the current salary and the way everything has risen in the Virgin Islands, they're struggling to make their payments.
We will have to look into that, Senator. I'm not 100% sure, because what we have is the folks that are on the list that we have compiled who are looking for home ownership. I don't know what advice to give those who already have home ownership. But the goal of the agency is to make sure that the folks who do not have home ownership get home ownership. So we can look into that to see if we can redirect them to some assistance with their mortgage.
On page 5, you mentioned the Rob D. Scherbert's land swap finalized? What swap are we talking about now?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So the acreage that we have, the property remaining at Ralph D. Shabert, we cannot construct residential homes on that property because of its proximity to the propane tanks at the Water and Power Authority. So what we are in the process of negotiating with the government of the Virgin Islands is to swap the ownership of that property with 2 other parcels, and that is in process.
So that's the question. What other parcel? Like, do you have a parcel in mind? So at least
Yes.
people can already start to engage where they'll be moving to if you start to build homes?
Yes, but we haven't made decisions until that deal is finalized. Then we'll have more conversations and information in regards to it. You never reveal a deal before the ink is on the paper.
You're saying it's a government swap for a next government swap. So I don't see all that is public information. I mean, there's no secret.
It is.
If I'm going to
is,
the
but
government land for next government land, it's government land.
it is government land. But we can provide that information.
Okay, as it pertains to JFK, I mean, that's a roadside property and people that are living in there, I know you plan to fix it, but I mean, it's really look poor to see that we actually putting people to live in a community looking that poor. So fix the fence. I mean, everything there is just terrible. I mean, even if it's temporary, you're moving folks over there, to be having a name like Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and you're allowing people to live in that condition at this time is bad. Mr. Chair, I have one more question. Could I ask?
Yes, please conclude. No problem.
E.D. Alexander, the question is, you say we have 22 developments, 483 applicants, 250 in St. Thomas, 233 in St. Croix. How much vacancies do we have presently that we could take some of these vacancies down?
So the question, thank you, Senator Joseph. You're asking how many vacancies do we have?
Presently, yeah, because I know
Yes.
you just finished Walter My Hatch.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, I'm just using Walter My Hatch on St. Croix, because if we have 233 and you have how much vacancies available at this time?
So we have about 7% vacancies. Our occupancy rate is around 92 or 93% at this point. So we have about 7% vacancies.
So out of the 233 here on St. Croix, none of these individuals wants to live in any vacancies that you have? Why are we still having a number over 200 and we have vacant apartments in the housing?
So we actually, thank you again, Senator Joseph, for that question. We have about 400-something people on our waiting list. That don't necessarily mean that all 400-something folks qualify for housing. We still have to go through the screening process as the vacant units become available to get those individuals in those units. So we still going through the screening process with those folks on a waiting list to make sure that they qualify for the program.
Okay, this one is for the general public. What would be considered affordable housing? Because the word sounds good, affordable, but then folks are still homeless because they can't find a home.
That's a very good question. Senator Joseph, typically, and it's based on definition on who's stating that or asking that question. Because the federal government says that low-income housing is 80% less of the area median income. So typically, when you're over 80%, that normally puts you in a range of workforce housing. So workforce housing usually go from 80% to about 90, maybe 95%, or maybe even 100%. Affordable housing typically is over 100, maybe go from 100 to maybe 140% of the area median income. So I think folks who are not in the industry or really understand the definition of affordable, I think that's just a broad statement that people say affordable housing. We basically at the Housing Authority, we manage low-income housing, which is 80% or less. And just professionally speaking, it's a strong need for low-income housing. There's a real strong need for low-income housing because if you can't qualify for low-income housing, then the next thing would possibly be homelessness. So if you don't push for low-income housing, then where would we be at? I mean, we'd be in a homeless state. So for me, who understand the industry, I think affordable housing is anything above 80% or more.
Thank you, Ms. Didi Alexander, and thank you, Senator Joseph.
Thank you for your response. Thank you for the time and the extra time. The chair.
You got that at the co-chair, so that's fine. But let me just put it in layman terms. Let me put it in layman terms for you, Senator Joseph. Affordable housing in layman terms, especially when it comes to the housing authority, is 30. You only pay 30% of your income minus utility allowance, and if you lose your job, you don't pay any rent. So it is affordable housing. So it's in layman term, that's what it is: 30% of your income minus the utility allowance, which means you can always afford to pay your rent, and you should be paying your rent when it comes to living in a housing authority, because there's no you can't say you can't pay your rent and it's only 30%. Most of us out there pay your rent no matter what, whether you're working or not. So that's why it's affordable. And secondly, in respect to those individuals in Williams Delight, of course, we have the first-time home buyers program at the Housing Finance Authority, which they will be here next. They can apply to that program also, and I believe that we did put some funds forward from that funding to assist those individuals also, so they should be fine. I think they'll be fine. And I want to recognize the presence of Senator VLA. Welcome, Senator VLA. Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to Ralph D. Chabot, because that's where I come from. The line that says, the development of a replacement for the Wilford Pedro home, aka Wim Gardens community, is awaiting a new property location once the Ralph D. Chabot land swap is finalized. I do not understand the connection. Why Wim Gardens is connected to the Chabot land swap. Can you please explain that to me?
Sure, Senator. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So the connection is the Wilfred Pedro site was originally scheduled to be reconstructed, a new property called the Stony Ground. During negotiations and acquisition, there were some changes to the legal ownership of the property. As such, the authority could not complete the acquisition of that property. So once the land swap is completed for D. Chabot, we will be moving the design that's been completed to one of those parcels so that there can be a new community for the replacement of the Wilfred Pedro, otherwise known as Wim Gardens.
So the Wim Gardens, the negotiation of the land swap, you're saying then includes property for the Wim Gardens community. That's what you're saying.
Right. A new Yes, the construction of a new housing community in replacement of the 98 units that are currently at Wilfred Pedro, Wim Gardens.
And how many units from Shabert will also be in this new location? And last question, the funding source for this development. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So,
Thank you.
so there's approximately another 140 units. The design is a 4-phase design that would have assisted with some of the units that were previously, or the number of units that were previously at Ralph D. Shabert. Additionally, in the second land swap parcel, we'll be able to do approximately another 100 units. That's the plan. And there was a second part to her question. I apologize. The funding source.
Funding
right.
source.
So the funding source, the original funding source is a combination of tax credits, probably now going to be the 4% tax exempt bonds, construction loan, etc. Once the land is available, we actually have our developer has already run the numbers, and we're working on finalizing that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on a previous question, you don't have to say where the swap land is. Just say which area, Christian Stead or Frederick Stead?
Mid-Island.
Mid-Island. Okay, that's fair enough. Okay? Yes. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you so much, Senator Carla Joseph, for your point of inquiry. Senator Angel Boca, you recommend for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the central staff. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And of course, good morning to the leadership team from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. I want to start off by asking questions surrounding the Housing Choice Voucher program. You've achieved a 140 out of a 140 SEMAP rating or score, which is, I'm assuming, is perfect. But you fell in your percentage with utilization. How do you reconcile that? Because, I mean, I'm assuming you're a high performer in that area if you came out at 140 out of 140. And I believe that you need to reach an 80% utilization overall to be a high performer. Is that correct? Outside of the SEMAP score.
So thank you, Senator Boquist. That's a very good question. Yes, we scored 140 points, but how it's basically set up is that if you have 100 vouchers, say hypothetically, if the federal government gave you 100 vouchers, and they gave you $1 for each voucher, you should lease up 100 people for $100. Unfortunately, because the cost of renting units and the cost of units has escalated so much, you only have a budget authority. So instead of being able to hire lease up 100 units with $100, you're only able to lease up 50 with $100 because you used up the 100.
Okay, so that leads me to my next question then, because let's talk about issued and unused, right? So as of August 31st, 2025, you supported over 1,300 families at a 64% utilization.
That's correct.
How many vouchers were actually issued but unused each month because families couldn't find, per se, a landlord, or what percentage of landlords could not participate in the program because of whatever requirements? What do those numbers look like? Help us to understand.
Okay. Good morning, Akela Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director. Just to clarify on the first question, so HUD allows us to use two factors. It's either the utilization of the vouchers allocated or the budget authority. So as Mr. Alexander explained, we used over 100% of our budget authority because we couldn't house any other families because we've used all the money because of the expenses of the program. So there are two factors for grading there. So you use either 95% of your budget allocation or 95% of your budget authority. So in our instance, we used more than 95% of our budget authority, which allowed us to score 100 in that particular area. Because we are cash strapped for our housing assistance payments money, and that's the money that we pay to our landlords, we have not been able to issue any vouchers to families on a regular waiting list for the fiscal year 2025. What we have been doing is filling project-based vacancies. As units become vacant, we fill those vacancies. And we've been able to issue over 30 vouchers this year, for fiscal year 2025 as we fill those project-based vacancies.
Okay, very well for the clarification. I also wanted to touch on, there was an indication in your testimony you spoke about insurance and the cost of insurance rising this year and of course per unit. How much in dollars has the annual per unit insurance premium increased since last year? You didn't make an indication about insurance going up? Oh, you made a statement. Okay, okay. You indicated, I'll leave that alone. I apologize for that. Concerning the trash removal, you did make a mention of that as well. In St. Croix, the trash removal for housing authority with the Virgin Islands Waste Management, you couldn't pay the vendor, or they owe you, you're actually paying for trash removal on your own, but in fact, Waste Management is supposed to be removing the trash.
That's correct.
How much has this actually cost you to date?
We normally spend about $80,000 every 4 months.
$80,000 every 4 months, is that territory-wide?
No, specifically for St. Croix.
That's for St. Croix. What are the, if in fact it's happening in this district as well, do you have numbers associated with this district? Can you give us a round number territorial-wide, just to get a scope of understanding of how much money you're paying for waste management?
Yeah, I don't know offhand, but I know what we're paying over in St. Croix because we typically don't pay for that in St. Croix. So that's why we've been tracking that number over there.
So I'm hearing a number my colleague is throwing out. Is 20,000 in the St. Thomas district? St. Croix or 80? What is the number?
So we bill we have these 6 sites, and we bill like typically every 4 months. So on a 4-month basis, it costs us about $80,000. So on a monthly basis, we'd say it's $20,000 a month.
Okay, very well, very well. And what discussions have you had with the Waste Management Authority concerning rectifying that issue?
Yeah, we've been consistent with reaching out to them, and we've been getting a response. So hopefully we have some resolve to this sometime soon.
And where are you now absorbing that cost? That's something that you budgeted before? I mean, where are you technically getting the funds from to deal with that, if that's something you can
Well, we don't
discuss?
have to. We have some money, but we don't have a whole lot of money. So we are just making sure that we foot the bill until they step back in, but we're looking to be reimbursed for the money that we have spent thus far.
When exactly did this begin?
I would say about February this year.
Of this year?
Yes, sir.
So you've been absorbing this cost since February to current,
That's correct.
with no plans of being alleviated?
Well, we have had discussions. It was originally supposed to be for 90 days.
Originally?
Yes.
Okay.
We signed an agreement to have this resolved within 90 days. It has not been resolved yet. Asked for additional extension, and we at that point right now where we need to be reimbursed.
Okay, something to deliberate upon, colleagues. You also reported managing 22 developments with over 2,000 units, and I wanted to know how many of these units are actually currently offline due to disrepair, and what's the target number of them of how many can be reactivated by 2026?
So our overall number is about 20, a little bit more than about 23,
24, 26.
24, 26 units.
26 units, is that
No,
territory?
2,426 units. Some of them are offline underneath our modernization program, which is more than 2 years. We have to put them into the program because they require extensive rehab. And these extensive rehab, we have a little time underneath the HUD program to put it there for 2 years. So we are addressing the units that we can address immediately.
Okay, and let's talk, before my time expires, let's talk about the elephant in the room. You're managing, like you mentioned, 2,426
Yes.
public housing units, but expect that the inventory is going to be decreased to about 2,000.
Time.
And that's due, Mr. Chair, to wrap up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That 2,000 is a result of your demolitions and redevelopment. And so what is the precise timeline for hitting that annual target of revitalizing or constructing the 300 units that we keep hearing about? And how will you actually ensure that pace compensates for the loss of existing units, because you're actually decreasing the amount of units without actually worsening the overall affordable housing deficit?
So thank you for that question, Senator. But we spoke about Faircloth, and underneath our Faircloth, as of 1998, the Housing Authority actually had 4,127 units. So we're actually about 1,500 units from where we originally was. So we are addressing the units. We have a plan to address the units that's been underneath our long-term unit turn. But the immediate units, we are addressing them as fast as we possibly can, considering the amount of money that we have. We only get $11.5 million per year in capital fund needs, but we have, let me rephrase that. We get about $11.5 million in capital fund per year, but we have over $1 billion in capital needs. So we try to spread the money as far as we can possibly spread it to address the needs on a daily basis.
Well, no date on the horizon, but I don't want to abuse my time, so I'll listen in adamantly, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bocas, for your line of questioning. Before I go to Senator Carla Joseph, let me ask you, Edie Alexander, because in your testimony you spoke to capital improvement funds, right? And you said you received between $100 and $150 million from FEMA. Have you received those funds to date?
You want to speak to that?
That's the first question.
So the funds are obligated.
So they are
Yes.
obligated.
We have a total obligation of approximately $240 million.
Excellent. And you spoke to basically all of the communities in this district, and most of them in the St. Croix district also. And I asked you earlier if you have a maintenance plan. You said yes. So my question is, what the possible time frame of repairing these units, number one, and how do you plan to address most of these units, because there's a lot of work to be done, as we know. And we know that's expected, but what's the plan in terms of addressing the doors, the 100 doors that you order, and the other repairs, spalling, concretes, etc.? What's the plan? What does the maintenance plan look like for these units? And I ask that question for a reason.
So, Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So, as we discussed in the testimony, what we were able to create this year was a partnership between our modernization department and our asset management department. Through our modernization department, we solicited for contractors and created a pool of contractors who will be, over the next 2 years, scheduling repairs to the interior of the units. So similar to Senator Clifford Joseph's concern in regards to the John F. Kennedy site, we just recently had the contractors go in and make repairs to all those units, all occupied units in John F. Kennedy. So while the outside may not look pleasing, the interior of the units have been repaired, and all the things that we're talking about. So in collaboration, the plan it's going to be a combination of scheduled interior repairs to all occupied units over the next 2 years.
My follow-up question to that is contractors. GCs or just basically contractors? Because that's my question, because a lot of the work that needs to be done, you don't need a GC. It's minor repairs.
Right.
So that's my question. And what does that list look like? How many contractors do you have on board? Because there are many individuals that are trying to get into the space that have not gotten into the space because they don't know that. So can you put it out there to let people know what's available, what they need to do in order to address many of those repairs? Because I have been getting a lot of complaints, but I know that there's a shortage of contractors. So can you please put it out there so they can know they can apply to do those repairs? Because it's not major work.
That is correct. And we have approximately probably about a listing of about 35 contractors that we did send solicitation to. Unfortunately, only 3 of them qualified. And that is on the large scale of a contract with in excess of $1 million. On the smaller...
Is that because of bonding issues?
I think it's capacity as far as completing the solicitation package, such that we are in the process of doing another contractors conference where we teach the contractors and show contractors how to fill out the required packages for qualifications.
That makes sense. When do you plan to do that? What's the time frame?
No time frame yet in planning stage.
We'll have a discussion.
Coming.
We'll have a discussion.
Yes.
Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Please recognize Senator Carla Joseph next, please.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the Virgin Islands Housing Authorities, wonderful staff, and the people who stand behind you who are not here today, and of course our listening and viewing audience, my colleagues as well. I really want to really drill down on some questions. First, I want to talk about something you touched on regarding working in getting the work done in the homes, which is now the focus of housing and the funding, which I think is great and should have been done a long time, because we've had our people living in squalor for a long time. Some of the houses have broken cabinets. There are pipings that are not fixed. I know I got an email from a resident in Bovoni Housing Community, and everyone knows here that I am a product of public housing, and Bovoni and Oswald Harris Court alike. And so where are we, especially with that unit, and all of you know which unit I'm referring to, in completing the fixes that are needed? Because the resident was relocated from the unit, her and her mother. Has that unit been fixed, and is the resident back in the housing?
Yeah, I'm not sure, 100% sure what
It was
unit-
an email that was sent to all of you regarding a resident in Bovoni Housing Community, and whatever reason, it needed substantial rehabilitation.
If she was she relocated or yes?
She was temporarily, her and her mother was temporarily relocated to, I think, Bella Vista.
Okay, so if she was relocated to, thank you for that question, Senator.
You're welcome.
If she was relocated and then placed back in the unit, then I'm sure that the work was done.
The work was completed.
Yes.
Because a number of residents have reached out to me, indicated, especially in Bovoni, especially there, indicated that they are in need of a lot of work in their units. Bovoni is what's your occupancy level in Bovoni Housing Community?
I'm not 100% sure, but I know we have some.
Can
quite a bit of
anyone on your
vacancies over
panel
there.
here assist you, or you could give that number after, before
Yes.
the end of the day?
Yes, for sure.
What's their occupancy level?
The occupancy.
I want to move on to another question quickly.
It's 305 out of 360.
305 out of 360?
66.
Okay. out of 366. So you have about, what, 31? About 31, if I'm counting, or 39?
61.
60.
Yeah.
61.
Units,
Vacant.
vacant units?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's your largest housing community
That's
right
correct.
now?
Yes.
Okay. What are you doing to get those vacant units fixed?
Thank you, Senator Joseph.
300. I have,
As we were speaking, or as we mentioned earlier, we are working on addressing, it was mentioned earlier, that we are addressing the issues inside the unit, the whole REACT process and changing to inspire, focusing on the inside of units. All of the units that we have, because of years of
deferred
focus on
maintenance?
everything, yes, right, that's correct. Deferred maintenance is in need and work, similar to the situation that you mentioned earlier about the young lady or the family that we placed in the hotel.
1 minute.
That we placed in temporary housing to address their unit. We're moving as fast as we can to address these issues. The focus is the occupied units first, simultaneously while having these contractors address the ones that are vacant, because we want to make sure that we get the vacant units addressed, because that brings more money into the housing authority.
I understand you get more subsidy. Remember, I worked there.
That's correct.
So we do understand that. But tell us, how many vacant positions do you have? Because that's also a need. How many vacant positions do you have for mechanics?
So we have budgeted 200 positions, and we're currently at about 169 employees.
Mechanics. Those are the people who are going to fix
No,
those.
not mechanics.
No, how many vacant positions for the mechanics?
Time.
Mechanics,
Mr. Chairman,
9.
only 9. And how many spread across each district? Do you have that number?
Just all in St. Thomas.
All in St. Thomas. Because I'm looking that you need to really expedite filling these vacant positions, especially for the mechanics, if you want to meet your need to fill and get these 61 vacant units rehabilitated and fix the units that are occupied. I want to go on to our next question. Mr. Chairman, would you be so kind
can
to allow?
conclude. Yeah,
Thank
you
you.
can conclude.
I will wrap up with this. I read just a quick comparison on your presentation around the same time last year, and I'm going to focus specifically on DUNU. I read that you were expecting a completion date for DUNU December of next year, which will expected completion date for DUNU is 2026, December. Are you still focused on that timeline, or has that timeline been extended because you just recently closed on the funding for the additional monies that was needed to complete DUNU? And just tell us also how much that additional financing for DUNU was.
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. Yes, we are still on a timeline now that we have engaged a new general contractor for the restart and completion of the units. What was the second part of your question?
The funding you
Okay,
indicated
so
in 2026, it was about 46 million. How much did you close on?
So it required approximately an additional $80 million.
80, not the 46, and you were able to close on that?
Yes.
On December. Mr. Chairman, one final burning question on this. Thank you so kindly. I wanted to ask you, I saw on page 5, you indicated that 13% of the, I presume, 84 units have been completed. And
So it's 13% of the restart of the contract.
restart. Thank you. I just needed to be clear. So none of the units have been completed thus far?
No, none of them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that clarity. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your leniency and your time. I hope we have a next round.
Thank you so much, Senator Carla Joseph. Before I go to Senator Ray Fonseca, let me follow up with that line of questioning CEO Pell. So are we saying each unit costs our $1.8 million now based on that increase? How much, what the cost per unit?
I don't have the figure, but it's close to
Yeah, that's
almost $1 million.
insane.
And that is consistent, St. Thomas and St. Croix, for new developments.
For public housing units?
Right, because one of the things as we go through, 2 years ago, the insurance cost was approximately $5,000 a unit. We're now experiencing costs for insurance at approximately $13,000 a unit.
Wow. That is concerning, to say the least. I know I lost my train of thought. I had a follow-up. You know what? Let me go to Senator Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. I'll come back. I'll circle back.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning to all the viewers tuned in. Okay, VI Housing Authority. Of course, this is my favorite agency. I spent most of my life working in that department, a whole bunch of years. So I know the difficult tasks that you have to maintain, and you are at a HUD standard, a federal standard. Okay, quickly, congratulations, Ms. Akela Anthony and the whole posse on getting 140 points out of 140 points in the Section 8 Management Assessment Program. That's great. I wanted to ask you about the portability with that program. Someone that has a voucher in the Virgin Islands can go to the States and that voucher is good, and can someone in the States come here and would that voucher be good? Is it portable in both sides?
Akela Anthony, yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. The waiting list time, what's the average waiting list times now? Give it to me by bedroom, 1, 2, 3 bedrooms. Do you have that detail?
And this is for housing choice?
Yeah.
Okay, so the average waiting list, what I can do is for tenant-based waiting list, it's averaging about 3 to 5 years. And our project-based waiting list, they vary because they're various sites. So if we were to look at our Celestino A. White community, that's an average wait of 2 years. If we look at our Croixville community on St. Croix, there's almost no wait for that particular waiting list. For our Louis C. Brown 1, we have project-based units at Louis C. Brown 1, 2, and 3. Louis C. Brown 1, it's a very long wait. There are only 25 project-based units at that site, but they're low-income public housing units. Louis C. Brown 2, the average wait is about 2 years. That's our elderly section. Louis C. Brown 3, it's averaging about 3 years, 3 to 5 years for that particular waiting list. There's great demand for that site. And when we look at our Patron Manor site, it's about a 5-year wait. There are only 42 project-based units at that site.
Okay, good. So the combined waiting list, both the voucher and the residential program, do you give a priority to the homeless, displaced veterans? Who all gets priority on the waiting list?
So what we did recently with the Housing Choice Voucher waiting list is we gave a preference to a residency preference to families from the territory. That's the preference on that particular waiting list. To support our veterans, we do have our VASH program. There's no wait for that program. Okay. A homeless veteran can get a referral through the local VA office and get housed once they're able to find a unit.
How about the conventional? Do you get priority if you're homeless, displaced, veteran, elderly, etc.?
Conventional, would that be low-income public housing?
Yeah, low-income housing, yeah.
I'll let someone else speak to that. He's asking about the
waiting list for the low-income housing
and whether or not there are any preferences.
Are there any preferences?
Yes.
For, okay,
yes,
good.
there's a preference for
the
Dwayne
homeless?
Alexander, yes.
Okay, because Catholic Charities is reporting there's 318 homeless persons in the Virgin Islands, and there are 207 homeless on St. Thomas.
1 minute.
And I understand you were working with Human Services. Someone in your agency was working with Human Services.
Yes.
Give me an update. How is that going? What are we doing to house the homeless?
So we have Miss Emmanuel Cassius over in St. Croix, who works with Human Services. I'll have her speak to that.
Yes, go ahead. Mr. Chair, can you hold my time?
Come, Mike.
Manuela Perez Cassius, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment. The task force has not met for a second meeting, but I am on the task force. There has been no new updates in regards to the housing or homeless plan that we have in the Virgin Islands. I also work alongside the COCC on their board. And so we've been working closely and making sure that we're applying for grants and structuring ourselves so that we can gain access to all of the federal funding that is specifically tasked toward homelessness in the Virgin Islands. We're putting together structures that will ensure that we'll be able to serve on a very strong, systematic way.
Mr. Chair, can I wrap up, please? Okay, yes, so, okay, it's important that that task force meets so that we can house the homeless. So please, no more missed meetings or no more unscheduled meetings. Let's meet to address that. I want to go quickly to asset management. On page 3 here, you mentioned that you're focusing on sewer line replacements. This is the sewer line from the buildings out to the public main, I presume?
That's correct.
How are we coming also with your operating reserve? I know normally there's a requirement for the operating reserves and you're graded on that. What is your grade for the operating reserves standard?
So in terms of Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director, and thank you for that question. Our operating reserves, we are in pretty good shape. We use MENAR with the months in asset ratio, which determines how long can the public housing function if there's a shortage of funds or the federal government don't approve of funds. And right now, currently, MENAR is averaging anywhere between 18 to 20 months.
So how much is that in dollars? And do you have it invested in a CD or in a savings?
Well, thank you for that question again. We are looking at opportunities within the rules of HUD of our own unrestricted cash to be able to place that money in places where we can earn a little bit more money than what we have in the past.
Okay, and what dollar amount are we talking about?
I don't know offhand, but I will get that information for
Okay,
you.
through the chair, can
Yes.
you give me the operating reserves amount? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
Point of information.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Clifford Graham, Senator Clifford Joseph. You recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. The question is to the young lady that handled the voucher program. Cryville has a rat infestation presently. I just got some pictures. I don't know if you want. I don't know. I don't think it's appropriate to put on the air, but it needs to be looked into. If individuals have vouchers to pay to stay in a particular place, and I just heard you say that you don't have a waiting list for there, but apparently that's one of the reasons why people ain't trying to get into there. So I wanted to take some time out. I'll later on today, I'll text you the individual apartment that has the issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Senator Kurt Bialy, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to understand the housing choice voucher, and so that we get a grasp of what we're dealing with here. Where it says the 64% utilization rate, does that mean that you have 34% of vouchers left but can't be utilized for some reason? 36, thank you, 36.
Kayla Anthony, that would be correct. It's a total of
Speaking to the mic.
749 unused vouchers. Yes.
And is there a
And that's-
value to those vouchers? For example, are you given vouchers that have a specific dollar value to each voucher?
Well, no, the vouchers are issued based on bedroom size, but in the agency, we know that it costs us about nearly $13,000 per voucher, per family, per year.
It costs the housing authority $13,000 for each voucher that you use that HUD gives you.
Yes,
So when you say that you've utilized only 64%, the 36% that you haven't utilized is because you don't have the funds to cover the $13,000 per voucher?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Maurice James. Senator Cordwell, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. In reference to the relocation plan for John F. Kennedy Terrace, for those individuals who are in the blast zone, what is the overall plan for John F. Kennedy? The blast zone is considered what? Bottom Kennedy, the bottom part going towards Golden Rock?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. No, the top side, so the side closest to the plant, to the WAPA.
Okay, I could tell you don't live as St. Croix.
Well, I referred to it as the bottom, but you said Golden Rock, so you threw me on the Pueblo side.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Go
so
Golden
it's
Rock
the-
line towards Harbor View. So
Okay,
what
that
is
is
the
correct.
overall plan for John F. Kennedy? What's the overall plan? Are we going to rebuild those units towards the roadside, towards Pueblo? What's the overall plan?
So the overall plan is to revitalize the ones that are closer to Pueblo, that are not in the blast zone, and 144 units that are in the blast zones will be demolished.
Okay, so now that's gone from, you said 42 families, but you're actually saying 144 units are going to be demolished and not replaced?
Right, so of the 144 units that are in the blast zone, 42 of them are occupied. So those 42 remaining families will be relocated.
Okay, the next 100 are already vacant.
Correct.
And how many units are actually located in Kennedy?
200 total.
So the new Kennedy would only have 50 something units, 50, or 56, 58?
For now, because we will be, as we determine the cost to do the construction, but we're trying to make sure that we provide a better looking site temporarily. So maintain the building structures that are there, but do some revitalization to it, so those families don't have to move in areas that are not convenient to them. Yes.
My worry is that the number of public housing in Christiansted have severely decreased or contracted. You had Ralph D. Chabert that had a large number of units that were demolished and never replaced. You had Nicasio Nickel that had a set of units. You had LBG that had units, and now you're relocating, getting rid of 140-something units from the John H. Kennedy. In terms of looking out for the island, you don't want to have all your units in one jurisdiction. And I complained about that before, that to me, it seemed to have been a tendency to move a lot of the units down to Frederickson. And we got to be careful, the units should be spread out across the island because socioeconomic, et cetera. It's important that all the units are not in one geographic location. Correct. So, and it deals with everything from education to public transportation. There's an impact. So you spoke about Nicasio Nico. Is there a plan to rebuild Nicasio Nico? You said one of the properties for redevelopment. Is there a plan to rebuild that?
There is. It is under development listing for our developer. But again, the cost is a huge challenge to us for construction.
So the costs, I mean, are we really getting what we pay for? Because I see that the Dodo project is over $1 million per unit. And when that happens, the ripple effect is that middle income individuals can't build homes because the cost of building low income properties have escalated. And if a contractor could get $1 million for one unit in a housing community, they're not going to build a home for a middle income person for $400,000. So at some point, we're going to have to do a deep dive into exactly why they're charging these type of monies, because it's not only affecting private homeowners who want to build, or private individuals who want to build, but it's also affecting all other projects on this island, because contractors are now saying, why do work for a private business when I can make 4 times the money by going to housing or going to ODR? So it must be controlled, and this is going to stop the availability of units if it's too expensive to build. So if we demolish and it's too expensive to build, then you're displacing more and more and more individuals. We got to be careful. We got to be careful. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Vialli, for your point, your line of questioning, and you're correct, and that's where the housing summit comes in, and we're going to discuss and speak about in the next block. I'll speak a little bit about that. It's critical in terms of connecting the dots and assuring that all people are being charged a fair market rate in terms of building and construction. But nonetheless, before I go to Senator DeGraff, let me piggyback to some statement that was made earlier based on my colleague with vacancies. E.D. Alexander, you said, for instance, I'm going to speak on one community, Bavoni alone. There are 61 vacancies in Bavoni. How much of that 61 units are under MUD? How much are under MUD? That's my first question.
12.
12 units are under MUD.
Yes.
And with that 12 units being under MUD, which means the rest 30 plus are not under MUD, which means I spoke about you only have 3 contractors out of that list of 30-some plus that you had only 3 qualify. My next question is then, I know when I was there, and I speak about this all the time, and I had some disturbing news when I went into one of the housing communities a couple of weeks ago when a young man came to me and told me point blank, listen, Senator, they are not giving me no more weekend work and overtime because they said making too much money. That is crazy. That don't make no sense. I'm telling you, and this was one of my workers, so he's not lying. He came straight to me in Howie's Court. I said, well, I'll discuss it with the ED because that don't make no sense, because here it is, right? You have many vacant units in housing communities. I know when I was there, we fixed most of those units on weekends. It gives the guys motivation. They make more money. I mean, it's a no-brainer. So why aren't we letting these guys work on weekends to make a little extra change and at the same time have the authority collect more money, you know what I'm saying, and increase morale? I don't get that. I'm going to tell you exactly who, what, when, where, and why after the hearing. But at the same point, my point is, let the guys work. The work is there. The skill set is there. Let them make their money. I mean, ain't no time to be personal with anyone. It's about the tenants. It's not about none of us. Without the tenants, none of you guys would be there. Period. That's just the way it is.
Agreed.
Okay, so we need to get out of that mindset and move forward, because there are ways to get these units fixed. There are ways to get the units fixed, and the guys want to work. We just have to make sure we manage it properly and everybody do their part. And it's a win-win for everyone. So I just wanted to put it out there. It's important that we jump on these units. It's too much vacant units, for real. All right, so we'll have further discussion. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be real quick. I wanted to follow up on the line of questioning from the majority leader with the reducing units. Your funding is based on the units under management. So once you reduce units, you get less federal funding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So let me ask you, the federal cuts, I understand they could be up to a 44% federal cut. And there's also the possibility that some of the units may be converted to state-managed block grants. Tell me first if that's a possibility, going to state-managed block grants, and also if there's a possibility that your budget could be cut, federal funds.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director. That's a big possibility. We're fortunate this year to get the funding for this year. We are anticipating funding for next year. But us who actually work in the industry is a little concerned about it going to the state. And in terms of specifically our Housing Choice Voucher Program. Our Housing Choice Voucher Program is basically close to about $17 million a year. So what happens is if they take our Housing Choice Voucher Program and roll it over to the territory, then that would mean that for the most part, from it's just my personal opinion, personal professional opinion, that they would like the local government to contribute to that at some point. So I see it as them rolling it over to the states and then taking their hands off of it. And I don't think that for the most part that the states can afford it.
So that would mean some of the federal funds would come over to the state as well, and then the state would have to contribute state funds?
That's what it appears to be, that they will roll it over to the state, and then the state can have full control of it and add their funds to it if they have funds to add to it, and minimize federal funding altogether for the program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. And I'm sure E.D. Alexander, when we go to Narrow, we're going to get further information about that.
Yes.
Senator De Graaf, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. E.D., how are you doing today? In regards to someone making $27,000 and they get bumped up to a wage increase to $35,000, what impact does it have on them in the housing community?
Repeat that again, Senator.
Someone making $27,000 and they get a wage increase to $35,000 and they're in the housing community. Does that force them out in any way, or what does that do to them in terms of that particular range?
It may be, if, in a case like that, their rent may go up.
Or the rent will go up?
Yeah, but it would never exceed 30% of their total income.
Okay, okay. So they still
Yes,
safe.
qualify.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
You know, the luxury of going last or close to last tells you that, or it tells me that the average person don't have a prayer in this conversation. Because I'm saying you take the local person who needs these apartments and they're slowly dwindling and never to come back. So you're the experts in the low-income housing, in the housing communities, the OHC, the PMP, Bovoni. These are the neighborhoods I grew up, Tutu, Ras Valley, and they slowly leaving us. Then we have a housing, a voucher program that's capped, that now they can't even roll over into, you have 34% out of 100 was not funded. These are some scary things to hear. So when you're the average person who can't afford some place to live, trying to get in what kind of waiting list do we have in the territory for housing community homes? What kind of waiting list we have?
For public housing or Section 8?
Public housing. Public housing.
So we have 438 people on our public housing waiting list. We have a long waiting list for our Section 8, but we're not pulling people off our waiting list because of our budget authority. But let me just add this to the equation, Senator. We here at the Housing Authority, we are working diligent, and we are steadfast in making sure that we do everything possible to maximize whatever resources are allotted to the Housing Authority. I think we have, collectively, we as a group have the knowledge, skills, and abilities to be able to make the adjustments. In our Section 8 program, Mr. Kaler has been around here for more than 30-something years. In terms of construction, Chief Pell's been over 30-something years. We all collectively have the knowledge, skills, and ability to make anything happen in the territory, providing we have some resources. Many days we sit around and talk and have discussions and try to figure out how to best angle the Housing Authority for success.
Well, I would like to echo that, because I have no doubt that you're not doing a great job. That wasn't the issue. The issue is that person needing some place to live, can't afford to buy a house, can't afford to build a house. That person here in the U.S. Virgin Islands who just get a raise from $27,000 to $35,000, needs some place to live. That person is who I'm saying. So I'm never going to say housing isn't, because, like I said, these housing communities been around before you or who are here today, and they're still here. So it's a testament to what is being done, regardless of how bad some of the apartments are and stuff. They still have a roof over their head. But you get $11.5 million a year, you said, for built for maintenance and stuff?
Yeah, capital needs.
When do you get it? What time of the year do you get it?
Every year.
Time? What month? A specific month?
I would say we're around June, around every year, June.
June? Okay.
Yes.
Because I was just wondering if you were to get them maybe one later into the year and then the other one early into the year, whereas it looks then at more like $23 million you get within a span of a 6-month period. It can be done that way.
Yeah, so what happens is, Senator, when we typically get the money, we have 2 years to obligate it and 4 years to expend it.
Okay.
And keep in mind, when we get that money, sometimes we use some of that money for development, and we also use some of that money
30 seconds.
for our capital needs on our existing properties.
Okay, in terms of your maintenance,
Yes.
have your maintenance crew improved since the last time we were here? Have you have new maintenance persons, or you still operating with your same number of crew in the maintenance section?
That's a revolving door at times. Getting good quality people to come in and do the work and stay has been a challenge. Basically, it's been a challenge altogether for most people in property management. But the good ones we tried our best to hold on to. But overall, our systems is getting a little bit better, so we're able to produce a lot more than what we did in the past.
Okay, and in closing, Mr. Chair, you mentioned the roofs on Lucinda Millen and Bovoni are supposed to be worked on.
Yes.
What will happen to those residents of those communities?
They will stay in. And,
They stay in?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay. Since it look like I got a little more time. One question I always had is, how does bonding work in the territory? We seem to have a lot of local contractors that can't meet bonding obligations. Is bonding tasked to the cost of a building or project, or is it overall you have to have a standard amount of money to the project?
Yes.
Yeah. Could, just in closing, Mr. Chair, could several contractors combine to create a group and I guess pool their resources and funds to try to get one people locally in terms of bonding? Or does it have to be to an individual entity, a contractor?
It has to be the company.
A company
company
still.
general.
Okay, so we could do it that way. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Edie. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, for your line of questioning. Colleagues, what I'm going to do is do a rapid round, 2 minutes per person if you don't need it. Per Senator, if you don't need it, you don't have to use it. So, because HFA is here already also, so I'm going to start our second rapid round with you, Senator Maurice James. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question regarding the Williams Elite again, of course. The revised 5-year annual plan speaks to the number of units to be demolished at Williams Elite. I think it's about 100 units. My question is, have you explored selling the units that you say are structurally unsound? I would have to do research on federal regulations, but it seems to me as there are people who say they're willing to buy the units as is. And then, of course, I know you can always draft documents to relieve the housing authority of any liability, especially when you sell as is units. So I was wondering, and I know,
1 minute.
You are more versed in housing authority, federal regulations, but isn't it possible that HUD would allow the sale of those units designated to be demolished to avoid you demolishing it? And then the second part of my question is, if you must demolish and dispose, when is that going to take place? Because on St. Croix, there are so many people who are able to renovate and build. They're people with skills. I mean, just look at all the houses in Estate Strawberry in the middle of the island where people bought land and build their own homes. And I'm just trying to find a way to solve this problem, and especially with all those units in Williams Elite, that there may be some contractor out there that knows to fix them. So that's my question. Have we explored that possibility? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. You may respond.
Yeah, we look at these properties, specifically at Williams Elite, and we had determined that those units are not feasible. They are beyond repair. I mean, because if they was repairable, then we would probably invest the money and keep them ourselves so that we can house people that's on our waiting list.
Very well. Maurice James, you want to follow up?
Yes, that's not my question. My question is, would HUD allow you to sell those units as is? The ones that you have designated as structurally unsound. Is there some way that we can talk to HUD about allowing VIHFA to sell those units without you having to demolish them as is? Because we have people that are skilled in our community who can, in fact, do what you have decided you are not able to do. That's the question, really. Can we explore that? Thank you.
Yes, we'll look into that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Clifford Joseph. You organize your line of questioning, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Edie, Alexander, is the VI Housing Authority working with WAPA and Waste Management in preparation for the change of lines, water lines and sewer lines?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. Yes, we are. Actually, we are scheduled to meet with WAPA, but we have met.
No, I just wanted to make sure that the replacement could be seamless if they already have good planning in place. So by the time the work start, it all fall in a good sense. And one more question about the housing voucher. Is the program set up to allow individuals to use these vouchers as mortgage payment? Or we have a banking issue, or we have nobody meets the requirement for such? What's the
1 minute.
Akela Anthony, we do have a homeownership component within the voucher program.
And how is that going? Is it anybody on it or nobody qualified for it or?
Yes, we do have families who are homeowners on our program.
So it's presently active and working.
That's correct.
Okay, is that local bank or
Well,
out of state bank?
so we don't do the financing. We provide the subsidy to the family once they've done that piece. So it could be any mortgage company that the family was able to solicit to help them purchase the home.
Well, thank you for your response, and thanks, Ms. Lydia, as well, for your response. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Clifford Joseph. While we're here speaking about opportunity, the homeownership opportunities, and he spoke to the voucher program. I want to speak to the FSS program since we circle back to that. And it's important to let the residents know what's available for them, especially those who want that opportunity, who do not know about the opportunity for some reason in that respect. So can we speak to the Ms. Perez in St. Croix, can you speak to the FSS program, please? I think it's very important. You have a platform now. Let the residents know exactly what's available for them and how do they go about attaining that opportunity. You recognize?
Emanuela Perez Cassias, Virgin Islands Housing Authority. The Family Self-Sufficiency Program is an escrow program that allows residents to set clear goals for their own wellness and be able to escrow their increase in their rent. As they gain more income, their rent goes up. If they are part of the FSS program, they are able to take that an additional amount of rent and escrow it on the side for later. And when they meet their goals, whether they meet their goals in 2 years, 5 years, or 7 years, that money will be given back to them to be able to do whatever it is they want for their own personal wellness. FSS is available to everyone under the Housing Choice Voucher Program and the PHA program. We currently have 35 people underneath the program with 5 new PHA recipients registered, and we are definitely pushing for our Housing Choice and Voucher Program participants to get in gear. We have Ms. Linnell Brady, who works as our FSS coordinator territorial-wide. We have already done literacy programs around finances to ensure that when individuals receive this lump sum of money, that they're able to do the best that they can with it in an informed manner. It is open. The application process is simple. You can go onto our VIHFA website and look up the program if you want more details, or you can give me a call at 340-423-1942, and I will guide you in the direction so that you can ensure that's done for you. It's ongoing. We have been funded for this year. We're in the process of updating our FSS action plan so that we can continue to strive.
Thank you so much for that information and putting it out there on the record. Senator Carla,
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Senator Carla. Do you recognize for your burning question? 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to go again with the developments for the St. Thomas Island. Let's talk about the Tutu North Senior Redevelopment. I know that you are in the phase of demolition. Demolition has not been completed based on your timeline when you stated in your remarks and testimony here last year. It was supposed to be completed by June 20 or 25. I've eyeballed and seen that you're still demolishing some structure of the existing hurricane damaged central office building. Have you shifted a deadline date for the completion of the demolition, and what date is it now?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So all the buildings are gone. We're working through some environmental and continuing the demolition of other auxiliary buildings.
Right.
So January.
So January
We're closing out.
Okay. So I just wanted to make
actual completion should be in the next 2 months.
actual completion, and then you have to do some remediation of the site?
No, just contract close out administratively.
Okay.
Senator
So
Joseph, can you repeat the question again for my edification?
will I get extra time?
30 seconds.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, you get 30 seconds extra. Go ahead.
No. I'm not repeating it then, if you're giving me extra time.
No worries.
Okay, so now I also wanted to ask if that has now shifted, you have the financing in place. Don't tell me the amount you're getting financed, because human beings are listening and those contractors are going to be listening. So don't open up your poker hand and let them see. But have you completed all of your financing for the building of the 60 senior units?
No, we have not. And
what are you closing on? What are you looking to close on?
we're looking to close in December.
Okay.
It's currently out for bid. Bids are due September 25th.
Time.
Okay, September 25th?
Yes.
All bids are due. Okay, and you even though that the bids are due, you're still putting together the financing?
That is correct.
You're
And
working?
we're redoing the pro forma, just moving around some sources, changing around the investor. Yes.
Okay, I do have one burning question. You don't have to say how much the monies are, but
Senator Joseph?
what is the funding sources you're looking at?
We're looking at the tax exempt, 4% tax exempt bonds, construction loans, and tax credits from
Okay,
HFA.
thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Senator
Even though you didn't give me the
Joseph,
extra
for your line of
30
questioning.
seconds.
Ms. Perret Emmanuel, let me ask you in respect to the financial literacy trainings. Who are your partners? Who provide those? Who help you provide those trainings?
This time around, we had partners from the First Bank, we had partners from IRS, and we also had partners from Housing Finance Authority. However, last minute, they weren't able to make this last series in the St. Thomas District or the St. Croix District, but there are partners regardless.
Okay, very well. That's very good. Also, I thought you would have reached out to Waiwa also, but that's fine. Nonetheless, it makes sense. Senator Fonseca, you recognized for your burning question.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Director Alexander, I want to follow up on the female senator from St. Croix question regarding the sale of the Williams Delight homes. In relation to the Anna's Retreat home ownership, we have that long burning issue now where, I'm really asking you, if you sell a Williams Delight home, then you have that money, you get to keep that money, you put it in a operating reserve. How does it work?
So you're asking if we sell
Yeah,
the
because
property?
I want to know, my question is really, I want to lead to, can that fund then be used to reimburse the Anna's Retreat home ownership who, when they purchased the unit, had that issue where the maintenance reserve was never reimbursed from the Housing Authority? Because this is this is a new pot of money that you get in when you sell a Williams Delight home. But on the other hand, the Anna's Retreat residents claim that the Housing Authority owes them money for when they purchase the home and they won't reimburse. So,
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We have to look into that Anna's Retreat situation to find out where is that money at, or where's the funds for that situation is at altogether. In terms of Williams Delight, we're not really profiting anything from those properties because we spend an exorbitant amount of money anyhow in terms of capital funding when it comes to repair those units. So we're basically at a negative, even though we're selling the properties.
Okay, that's why her question was if HUD would permit to sell them as is. But anyway, let's get this Anna's Retreat home issue resolved because it's been many, many, many years. In some instances, over 30 years.
Yes, sir.
And they're passing away. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca, for your burning question. Before I go to the last senator, which is Senator DeGraff, let me ask you, Edie Alexander, in respect to new construction and a Tutu North Senior project, which consists of 60 units, which was projected to close in December of this year, but it's been it's sent up for rebidding for the second time to ensure the best possible construction cost.
Yes.
It seems like most of these projects come back at real high bids, whereas you have to rebid. When do you plan to put it back out for rebidding?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. It is out for bid now. Bids are due September 25th.
Oh, it's out for bid right now?
Correct.
Okay, that's good news. Good to hear. Thank you for that. How do you advertise those bidding process? What's your process?
The process is bids are made public on our website and the newspaper and Facebook and ODR website.
Okay, very well. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your burning question?
Chair, is the Housing Authority under or still under a receivership?
No, sir.
It was out. Okay, so the 11.5 million that you spoke about, that you say you have for 2 years to be obligated, is you still get $11.5 million every year?
Yes, that's correct.
So how does it work in terms of the extension? I get 11.5 in 2025. I have
Right.
2 years to spend that amount of money.
2 years to obligate it.
To
but you
obligate
get
it.
4 years to spend it.
Then 2026, I get another 11.5.
Yes.
Okay, so then you can set actually a list of or series of things that you need to do right across the board for 10 years out and just every year get that money and obligate it.
Yeah, every 5 years. Yes, sir.
Okay, every 5 years. Okay, okay, good. All right. Just want to get that cleared up. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very well. Before I go to the last senator, Senator Angel Bolquez, no, Ms. Perez Emmanuel, let me ask you again though, because I got a question in terms of why haven't you reached out to WIOA and why don't you communicate to collaborate with them? Because it would make sense to me also, instead of going outside, you can work within that space because they also deal with workforce development, etc. Why aren't you working with them in that respect? WIOA.
I'm sorry, Senator Emmanuel. Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Senator, could you tell me what organization you're talking about?
Labor.
I'm not familiar with the
Department
term
of Labor.
WIOA.
Yeah,
I do work with the
labor.
Department of Labor. Absolutely. We work very closely with the Department of Labor and the Equus Group. However, for FSS particularly, we were focused on the literacy for financials. But when it comes to workforce development, we work very closely with them. We bring them into our monthly meetings. We have resume writing on site. We have applications on site. The Department of Labor sends their teams into our different communities, and they provide supports right there within the communities at different times in the evenings and the days. So we do have a very, very active partnership with DOL.
Okay, very well, because they do provide the services and track the participants, so that's important. Okay, very well.
Yes.
Senator Viola, you recognize for your, I'm sorry, Senator Bolquez, you recognize for your 2 minutes burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My burning questions are going to be in the area of insurance. I had first alluded to it during my first line of questioning, and insurance costs when it comes to the units and, of course, the capital projects, because they also incur insurance as well. I wanted to know how much, concerning the unit side of it, how much in dollars or annual per unit how much has the insurance risen for the units? You alluded to it 4 times in your testimony about the challenges surrounding insurance and it going up. I'm trying to figure out how much has it gone up by, whether it's a round figure or by units. And in addition to that, what is the insurance concern surrounding the capital projects that you have moving forward?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So the
1 minute.
authority has property insurance for its existing public housing. So that is under one group insurance. That we typically do the contracts for property insurance over a 3-year period. So that it's in itself its own insurance. When we start doing new construction projects, especially if FEMA funds are involved as a source, FEMA requires 100% of the cost to be insured, the construction costs of the project. So here we're at a different level. The existing public housing, the value of it is not the same, it's much lower than a new construction project at $1 million a unit. You see what I'm saying?
I totally understand that, but
So-
I'm trying to figure out what those figures look like. How is that
Time.
affecting you, concerning your operations? Because throughout the testimony, like I mentioned, you alluded to it at least 4 times that I can
Correct.
recall concerning the challenges surrounding it. So I'm trying to get a better scope of understanding.
So that's part of how you get $1 million a unit. Right? So if $13,000 a unit, that percentage of that $1 million plus the architect fee, the civil engineers, all those soft costs, plus the construction, the increase in construction costs, which is up above 30% of what we were seeing 2 years ago, that's what increased.
So it's risen about 30%. Is what you're
Correct.
saying. Okay, 30%. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolquist, for your line of questioning. We have exhausted our questions. Well, we have many questions, but for this meeting, we have exhausted our questions. So I'm going to give you, Edie Alexander, 1 minute to give a closing statement.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman and Vice Chair and distinguished senators, thank you for allowing me to close with a few reflections. I want to first acknowledge the asset management team for doing an outstanding job this year in terms of Inspire. The work of the Housing Authority is not about bricks and mortars and funding streams. It's about people, families striving for stability, seniors seeking safety and comfort, and young people who deserve communities that nurture their future. We are rebuilding stronger than ever before. Projects like Dunu, Walter Hodge, D. Hamilton Jackson, and Williams Delight are more than just construction. They are stories of resilience and hope. And while we face obstacles such as rising costs and shifting policies, our visions remain clear: to transform housing into a pathway for dignity, empowerment, and opportunities. This mission cannot be achieved by the Housing Authority alone. It requires the continued oversight and partnership with this legislature, the support of our federal and territory partners, and the trust of the residents we serve. On behalf of the Housing Authority, I thank you for standing with us. Together, we are shaping the future where every Virgin Islander has not only a roof over their head, but also a foundation to strive.
Thank you so much. I must say, I also would like to thank the Housing Authority for doing what needs to be done in terms of housing our people of Paradise. I want to say good afternoon to the staff, worker bees at the Housing Authority, and I pray that we really tackle the many challenges that the authority face, especially when it comes to preventative maintenance and looking out for the best interests of our residents. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications stands in recess for 5 minutes. We are back on the record. I see all of the testifiers are present in the well. Good afternoon to everyone. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 on the record? Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 onto the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 2. Homeownership and housing development programs. The committee will also hear testimony on the status of homeownership and housing development programs. This includes updates on fundings and progress of current initiatives, the availability of utilization of funds for affordable housing, the effects of federal policy changes on funding streams, operation, and programs, and the status of the residential insurance market and its impact on homeownership programs and affordability. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Invited testifiers.
Oh, apologies. Invited testifiers: Eugene Jones, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority; Adrian Williams Octalian, Executive Director, Office of Disaster Recovery; Wayne L. Biggs, Chief Executive Officer, VI Economic Development Authority; Glendina Matthew, Esquire, Director, Division of Banks, Insurance, and Financial Regulation.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Most welcome.
We are going to do a mic check for the testifiers, starting from my left. Mr. Benjamin, please state your name and your position.
Good afternoon. Dwayne A. Benjamin, Assistant Chief Executive Officer, U.S. Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Good afternoon, Mr. Benjamin.
Good afternoon, Glendina Matthew, Director, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation on the Lieutenant Governor's Office.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Artrell Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance for the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, all. Adrian Williams Octalian, Director for the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, all. Wayne Biggs Jr., Chief Executive Officer, Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority.
Good afternoon.
Eugene Jones, Executive Director, Housing Finance Authority, Virgin Islands.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Frida Webster, Director of Homeownership, VI Housing Finance Authority.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Alana Lavenier, Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Rick Grant, Strategic Advisor, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon. I see Mr. Pell in St. Croix in the conference room. Mr. Pell, can you please do a mic check? Please recognize Mr. Pell. Mic, please.
Pell, Director of Planning and Construction.
Can you repeat yourself, please?
Virgin Islands Housing Finance. Rupert Pell, Director of Housing
Thank you.
Finance Authority, Director of Planning and Construction.
Thank you so much. So we're going to start the testimonies in this order. We're going to start with Edie Jones, then Adrian Acton Williams, then Mr. Biggs, Mr. Wayne Biggs, and close out with Attorney Matthews. So, Edie Jones, you may proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Greetings, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chair of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, members of the committee, fellow senators, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Eugene Jones, Jr., the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, VIHFA, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. As requested, I will speak to several critical factors impacting homeownership and housing development in the Virgin Islands, including construction costs, local and federal government policies and programs, the cost and availability of financing, insurance, labor, and contractors. These issues are all central to our ability to support the residential housing market in the territory and address our ongoing housing crisis. Construction costs. To put construction costs into perspective, I'll share with you the estimated total project cost for several recent developments. One, the Duno redevelopment is $127,452,592 for 80 units. 2-2 development is $134,421,909.87 for 60 units. And the Estate Fortuna Phase 1 is $15,286,236 for 12 units. These numbers underscore the high cost of development in the territory. On average, construction costs today range between $275 to $400 per square foot, a steady increase from past years. Our unique geographical location and logistical challenges, such as shipping, limited suppliers, and workforce shortages, exacerbate these costs and delay project timelines. A comparative analysis from the Penrose Group found that building costs in USVI are approximately 55% higher than in major mainland cities like Chicago and Washington, D.C. Local and federal government policies programs. VIHFA manages several federal programs that support affordable housing, including the Community Development Block Grant, Disaster Recovery, CDBG DR, Mitigation, CDBG MIT programs. These funds are allocated with a strong equity lens, with at least 70% of the CDBG DR and 50% of the CDBG MIT required to benefit low and moderate income households. Eligible activities include housing repair and reconstruction, infrastructure upgrades, economic revitalization, and small business support. Community planning and resilience building. Each activity must meet one of HUD's national objectives, most often the benefit to LMI persons, and comply with strict federal cost reasonableness standards. HUD also requires grantees to justify total development cost, TDC, using local benchmarks and comparative analysis. These standards are especially challenging to meet the high-cost areas, such as the Virgin Islands, where mainland benchmarks do not accurately reflect our actual market conditions. In addition, VIHFA administers HUD's Home Program, an annual formula grant that expands affordable housing opportunities for very low and low-income families. VIHFA primarily uses Home to provide loans or grants to first-time home buyers, bridging the gap between purchase price and household affordability. Since 1995, more than 530 Virgin Islands families have achieved homeownership through home assistance. Program requirements include income limits, maximum value caps, and long-term affordability provisions. However, the program effectiveness is limited by the severe shortage of affordable housing inventory across the territory. Cost and availability of financing. Financing options for Virgin Islands are available through both local and federal sources. VIHFA offers fixed-rate home acquisition loans for up to $250,000 over 30 years. Land loans up to $50,000 are available on a 10-year term. Home improvement loans up to $40,000 are available with low-interest 10-year term. Other options include FHA, VA, and USDA loans that are available through local lenders. First-time home buyers can benefit from VIHFA's programs such as the Home Program, Homestead Program, and Veterans Loan Program with support levels and acquisition limits adjusted annually by island. Programs funded by local funds are subjected to the current acquisition limits for all moderate income clients. St. Croix, $524,225, St. Thomas, $672,750, and St. John, $1,114,350. While VIHFA offers mortgage rates ranging from 4.25% to 4.81%, not all applicants may qualify due to income limits, credit score requirements, or program-specific eligibility. As such, we also encourage prospective buyers to contract local lenders to explore additional finance options. Cost and availability of insurance. The rising cost and limited availability of homeowner insurance continue to be a major concern nationally and here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. In the territory, insurance coverage requirements are determined by the replacement cost of the home, the age, the construction type of the property, whether masonry or prefabricated or wood, and the claims history where applicable. Local insurance agents that represent carriers doing business in the Virgin Islands are best positioned to provide current rate information. However, based on industry feedback, we know that rising premiums and making it difficult for homeowners and developers to secure coverage. For example, multifamily insurance coverage on a national score can range from between $1,000 and $3,000 per $1 million of coverage. This cost can quickly become prohibitive, particularly for larger developments. We would defer to the Banking and Insurance Division housed within the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, which regulates insurance providers in the territory for more specific rates and availability data. Availability of labor and contractors. Labor and contract availability are not directly on the VIHFA's preview, but we can attest to how significantly workforce shortages have delayed and increased the cost of housing projects. Skilled labor is limited, and importing workers or subcontractors raises project costs. We would defer to the Virgin Islands Department of Labor for a comprehensive overview of workforce availability. However, we note that investments in workforce development and vocational training will be essential to overcoming this challenge in the long term. Additionally, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, DLCA, can provide critical data on the number of licensed contractors in the territory, including whether the number has increased or decreased, as well as possible contributing factors. Additional information. While the topics I have covered were specifically requested by this committee, I would like to offer several additional pieces of information that may help to paint a more complete picture of the housing landscape of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Given the ongoing housing crisis, VIHFA remains committed to pursuing both traditional and innovative approaches to affordable housing. With housing affordability continuing to challenge the U.S. Virgin Islands, there is a critical need for sustainable, resilient housing solutions. Below, we listed our future developments across the territory. Alternative housing models in VIHFA's land inventory. VIHFA is addressing the complex, deeply rooted challenges of the local housing market, including high construction and insurance costs, and workforce shortages and regulatory constraints, by exploring affordable, disaster-resilient housing options and leveraging its extensive land inventory. These options include tiny homes between 1 to 400 square foot, 30,000 to 70,000, container homes, repurposed shipping containers, 150 to 350 per square foot, one bedroom, 25,000, 82,000, and modular homes, factory built, $80 to $310 a square foot. While each presents unique advantages in speed, resilience, and cost, VIHFA recognizes a need for further due diligence regarding compliance, logistics, and hurricane readiness in the unique island environment. The authority's current land inventory comprises of 589 parcels territory-wide, 362 on St. Croix and 210 on St. Thomas, and approximately 17 on St. John. Provides a critical resource as we remain committed to pursuing solutions that are both equitable and sustainable for the territory. We are grateful for the support of this committee and look forward to your continued partnership as we work to expand access to safe, affordable housing for all Virgin Islanders. Thank you, and I am happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Jones. William Acklin.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, other distinguished members of the committee, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Adrienne L. Williams Actolin, Director for the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery. I'm accompanied by Artra Watlinton Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance. We appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on the progress of the affordable housing and homeownership programs under the purview of the Office of Disaster Recovery. The restoration and expansion of the territory's housing stock remain one of the top 5 priorities of the recovery, along with hospitals, roads, schools, and utilities. ODR recognizes the importance of having a viable housing stock and the availability of affordable housing to improve the quality of life for Virgin Islanders. Recovery funding is focused on supporting vulnerable residents by utilizing federal dollars to develop resilient housing and preserve existing structures. In November 2023, the ODR was authorized as a subrecipient of the territory's CDBG-DR funds. As a subrecipient, our office remains responsible for providing day-to-day management of the CDBG-DR program, which is federally funded by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and administered through the VI Housing Finance Authority. The ODR works closely with VIHFA to facilitate these initiatives, ensuring that compliance and financial obligations are met. As a part of the subrecipient agreement, ODR provides program and project management services for the revitalization of D. Hamilton Jackson Terrace, Dunu Redevelopment, Loveland Phase 2, and the recently completed Walter I. M. Hodge Pavilion and the Own a Lot Build a Home program. By way of updates, the D. Hamilton Jackson Terrace Revitalization Project consists of the rehabilitation of 106 units along with its community center in Christiansted on St. Croix. The project is federally funded to the tune of $121.6 million, with $47 million from CDBG-DR and $12.1 million from FEMA, and additional financing from 4% and 9% federal low-income housing tax credit equity and a grant from the Federal Home Loan Bank. This will be the second project in the territory to participate in HUD's Rental Assistance Demonstration Program. It achieved financial closing in January 2025 and is on track for project completion by December 2026. Currently, the project is 30% completed. The Dunu Redevelopment Project is the first phase of the replacement housing for residents displaced by the destruction of the Estate Tutu apartments on St. Thomas. The community will consist of 84 newly constructed units in 14 buildings and a community center at the former Estate Dunu site. The current development team consists of Penrose LLC, Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and New Equity Investor Enterprise Housing Credit Investments, and Construction Lender Merchants Bank. A notice to proceed was issued for construction to restart on June 9, 2025, and work at the site began with Consigli Benton. The project remains on schedule with inspections, submittals, and environmental monitoring proceeding as planned. Overall, the site has achieved 13% completion. The project is partially funded by $80.7 million in CDBG-DR funding and is on track for its targeted completion date in June 2027. Loveland Apartments Phase 2, funded by $24.9 million in CDBG-DR funds, is an existing 96-unit rental property located on St. Thomas that was developed as affordable rental housing, utilizing the low-income housing tax credit program as the primary funding source. In 2021, the property passed the end of the initial 15-year tax credit compliance period, which left the territory at risk of losing another part of the affordable housing inventory. The Jackson Development team applied for CDBG-DR funding to acquire, rehab, and preserve the units as affordable rentals. The development team closed on the acquisition in January 2025 and is currently evaluating bids for the start of the rehab phase during the upcoming months. The project anticipates completion by January 2027. The Office of Disaster Recovery is providing project management for the Loveland 2 apartments that will be rehabbed and preserved as rental housing, while the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority has oversight of the implementation of the homeownership conversion initiative for Calabash Boom, Bellevue, and Loveland 1 communities. The Own a Lot Build a Home program was launched in June of 2024 to support first-time homebuyers with constructing a single-family residence on property they already own. The program was developed to address a critical financing gap by providing secondary assistance in the form of a grant to offset construction costs. To be eligible, applicants must meet established requirements including compliance with HUD income limits, residency within the territory, first-time homebuyer status, completion of a homebuyer education course, and a pre-qualification for a mortgage loan. Currently, applications are processed directly through the two participating lenders, Banco Popular and USDA Rural Development. The loan limits for the program are as follows: St. Thomas, $672,750, St. Croix, $524,225, and St. John, $1,114,350. Qualified applicants can receive the grant in a form of a 0% interest forgivable loan to fund the construction of a first home. The lender's mortgage and grant assistance combined cannot exceed the FHA loan amounts for the Virgin Islands. In accordance with HUD requirements, environmental review assessments must be conducted as part of the property eligibility and completed before an award can be determined for eligible applicants. To ensure compliance, all properties must remain in its natural state, meaning there be no permanent infrastructure such as concrete slabs, columns, or cisterns. Currently, there are 5 applications in the pipeline, 4 through Banco Popular and 1 through USDA Rural Development. Environmental clearances have been received for all properties. Commitment letters are pending from the lenders, followed by execution of a CDBG-DR programmatic agreement, and then they move to construction. Outreach efforts have included the VIHFA's homebuyer education classes, local radio promotions, television advertisements, newspaper, social media ads, and expos hosted by the St. Croix Board of Realtors and VIHFA in both districts. The program presents significant opportunities for driving economic activity to local contractors and small businesses. It aims to educate residents who own property in their community about the amount of mortgage they can actually afford. Since the launch, it has drawn strong community interest with over 200 residents requesting additional information. The readiness of applicants, however, varies. Currently, there are 3 residents in the permitting process, 5 undergoing pre-qualification, and 4 are working on plans. Others are paying off debts and completing ownership transfers. At this time, Banco Popular and USDA Rural Development are the only participating lenders providing construction financing. Approval from USDA has been slow as they await confirmation of the fiscal year budget. Consequently, program staff have been actively engaging with lending institutions to identify additional construction lenders. Additionally, federally disaster recovery funding from FEMA is financing the Tutu North Senior Housing Project, which consists of 60 units located in Building 10, 11, 12, 14, and 22. The project is currently out for solicitation, and bids are due September 25th, 2025. The financial closing is expected in December 2025 to supplement the $76.9 million in FEMA funding. Construction is scheduled to begin January 2026. Mr. Chair, I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to you and the esteemed members of this committee for your time and attention and for keeping the importance of affordable housing at the forefront. As we navigate an uncertain federal landscape and administrative changes, it has become even more crucial that we expend grant funds expeditiously. I want to reaffirm our commitment to collaborating closely with this body and all stakeholders to expedite these vital initiatives. Wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to my devoted team at the Office of Disaster Recovery for their steadfast dedication, relentless efforts as we continue to build a legacy of resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Williams Actolin, for your testimony. CEO Biggs, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good day, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman, committee members, senators of the 36th Legislature, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority team members, the legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Wayne Biggs Jr., Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority. Here with me today is Mr. Dwayne A. Benjamin Sr., Assistant Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Kelly Thompson-Webb, Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Kanisha Gomes, Loan Collection Officer, and Ms. Selena Morris, Director of Marketing. Unfortunately, Ms. Monique Samuel, Managing Director of the Economic Development Bank for the United States Virgin Islands, is out of the territory and cannot be here with us today. I would like to thank the committee chair and members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications for inviting us to provide a status update on the VA Slice Moderate Income Home Ownership Program. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority is the umbrella organization that assumes, integrates, and unifies the functions of the following subsidiary entities: the Economic Development Bank, the Economic Development Commission, the Enterprise Zone Commission, and the Economic Development Park Corporation. It is a semi-autonomous government instrumentality responsible for the development, promotion, and enhancement of the economy of the United States Virgin Islands. The basic objectives of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority are to promote the growth, development, and diversification of the economy of the United States Virgin Islands, to create opportunities for the gainful employment of residents, to promote access to capital, to contribute to the development of the educational system, and to preserve the environment, beauty, and natural resources of the territory. Through its four main pillars, the Economic Development Bank, the Economic Development Commission, and the Enterprise Zone Commission, and the Economic Development Park Corporation, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority has facilitated investment opportunities, thereby leading to job creation and retention, as well as assisted our clients with bringing their dreams of entrepreneurship and business growth to fruition. The VI Slice Moderate Income Homeownership Program. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority was charged by the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. with administering the VI Slice Moderate Income Homeownership Program, known as VI Slice. The primary goal of VI Slice is to establish opportunities that may increase homeownership rates amongst moderate income households in the U.S. Virgin Islands by offering gap financing. The program supports long-term sustainability, resilience, and economic viability across the territory by providing financial assistance to expand affordable homeownership opportunities to first-time homeowners. VI Slice is a gap financing program funded through an $8 million American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, grant. It is administered by the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority in partnership with the Office of Disaster Recovery and the Office of the Governor, with participation from the territory's mortgage lending institutions. What is gap financing? Gap financing is supplemental funding to help applicants bridge the gap or shortfall between the overall project cost and the amount secured through a primary lender. VI Slice supports the following activities: home purchase without or with rehabilitation if necessary to make the household livable and bring up the current building codes. The limit on that program is $200,000. New construction, the limit on that is also $2,000. And down payment and closing cost assistance with a limit of $100,000. However, the VI Slice maximum aggregate gap financing amount is $200,000. To be eligible for VI Slice, an applicant must meet established household income requirements, be a first-time homeowner. A first-time homeowner is defined as an individual who has no ownership in a principal residence during the 3-year period ending on the date of the purchase or construction of the property. Be a resident of the territory for at least 3 years prior to the signing of a sales contract, except for those applicants who were prior residents of the territory for at least 10 years and have now opted to return, or whose birthplace is the U.S. Virgin Islands. Attend the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority's Homebuyer Education Program and earn a Homebuyer Education Certificate of Completion. Attain a commitment letter from a mortgage loan for a mortgage loan based on the underwriting standards of the primary mortgage financing lender. Have the ability to make a minimum earnest money deposit of $5,000 at the time of signing the purchase contract. For veterans holding a certificate of eligibility or an honorable discharge via a DD 214, they're exempt from the earnest money deposit requirement. Have the ability to make an additional investment if required into the mortgage transaction in amount to be determined by the primary lender. Have a minimum credit score of 620 or confirm with the required credit score of the primary lender. To be eligible for VI Slice financing, an applicant must have a commitment letter from a primary lender. An applicant must have a sales contract or purchase agreement, if applicable, or home purchase or a valid contractor's estimate for home construction. An applicant must obtain the maximum funding available from a primary financing lender. The applicant is required to submit the commitment letter from a qualified lender for at least 60% of the overall project. The applicant's combined mortgage payments cannot exceed 36% of the applicant's gross monthly household income, provided that this is in accordance with the primary lender's policy. The applicant's debt repayment can exceed 43% of gross monthly household income, provided that this is in accordance with the primary lender's policy. The maximum combined loan to value, CLTV, cannot exceed 105%. The applicant must obtain a 30-year, but not more than a 40-year, if available, fixed-rate loan from a primary lender. The property must be utilized and remain in the client's primary residence for a minimum period of 10 years. It is important to note that if the primary participating lender's mortgage requirements are more liberal than VIHFA financing requirements, the primary participating lender's mortgage requirements are utilized when evaluating the primary participating lender's VIHFA gap financing requests. How does the VIHFA program work? 1, applicant applies for a mortgage or construction loan from a primary lender. 2, primary lender evaluates and determines the loan amount and the financing gap, if any. 3, primary lender refers its client's application to the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority for VIHFA program if it is determined that there is a need for gap financing, and that's all done via online portal. 4, if the referral package is approved, the borrower will execute a first mortgage in favor of the primary lender and a second 10-year VIHFA mortgage for the gap financing amount. 5, the client utilizes the home as their primary residence and submits an annual certification statement as proof of residency. 6, the client pays nothing on the second mortgage, providing the property remains as the primary residence for a 10-year period and they do not sell, lease, or move out. 7, the VIHFA mortgage converts to a grant at the end of the 10 years if the client remains in the house for the 10-year period. VIHFA status updates. As of August 31st, 2025, 88 VIHFA applications have been received requesting VIHFA gap financing of $9,317,028.30 for primary lending financing of $27,822,473. 65 applications have been approved, totaling $6,811,190.41 in gap financing, with overall primary lender financing of $20,186,223. 9 applications were withdrawn by the primary financing lender, totaling $835,569.91 in gap financing, with primary lender financing of $3,126,450. 3 applications were declined by the primary financing lender, totaling $398,927.04 in VIHFA gap financing, with primary lender financing of $762,000. And 3 applications were declined by the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority Economic Development Bank, totaling $400,963.94 in VI gap financing, with primary lender financing of $1,145,800. 4 applications requesting VI gap financing of $556,150.25, with primary lender financing of $1,086,469 are currently awaiting submission of supplemental documents from the primary financing lender to be decisioned by the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority Economic Development Bank. 4 draft applications requested VIHFA gap financing of $369,250, with primary lender financing of $1,373,600 have been submitted in the online application portal by the primary financing lenders to be decisioned by the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, Economic Development Bank, when the application is complete. We anticipate at this level that we will run out of VI Slice funding by the end of calendar year 2025. Of the 65 approved applications, 46 have been approved for St. Croix, totaling VI gap financing of $4,009,207.96, with primary lender financing of $13,212,723, and 18 for St. Thomas, totaling VI Slice gap financing of $2,633,412.30, with primary lender financing of $6,473,500, and one for St. John, totaling VI Slice gap financing of $168,570.15, with primary lender financing of $500,000. 61 approved VI Slice transactions have closed and are fully dispersed, totaling $6,255,040.16 in VI Slice gap financing, with primary lender financing of $19,099,754. And 4 approved VI Slice transactions are pending closing, totaling $556,150.25 in VI Slice gap financing, with primary lender financing of $1,086,469. Banco Popular has originated 22 approved VI Slice transactions. Capital Mortgage Services of Texas has originated 17 approved VI Slice transactions. The United States Department of Agriculture Rural Development has originated 10 approved VI Slice transactions. Oriental Bank has originated 9 approved VI Slice transactions. Merchants Commercial Bank has originated 4 approved VI Slice transactions. And First Bank Virgin Islands has originated 3 approved VI Slice transactions. VI Slice challenges. The 3 main challenges the program has faced are: 1, inventory of affordable homes available on the market; 2, high cost of construction; and 3, the limited number of mortgage lenders offering construction financing or construction loans for residential homes. We will continue our aggressive marketing initiatives to include town halls, meetings, radio and newspaper advertisements, social media campaigns, webinars, and community outreach to involve participation by our local schools. At this time, I'd like to show a quick video with the chair's approval.
My name is Liana Santos, and the VI Slice Homeownership Program helped me to acquire and now renovate my new forever home. The process between the VI Slice Homeownership Program assisted me with closing costs and renovation funds. I would advise everyone to go ahead and apply to this program because they were more than efficient. They were dedicated to helping me and my process, making it faster to now have my forever home.
The VI Slice Homeownership Program helps first-time homeowners get the financial support they need to build, purchase, or renovate a home. We're proud to help make homeownership a reality.
My gratitude to this program is nonetheless short of grateful. I advise everyone to go and apply today to the VI Slice Homeownership Program.
See if you qualify, contact the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority today.
Individuals seeking more information can visit the VI Slice website at www.vislice.com or can send an email request to vislice@usvieda.org. I thank you for the opportunity to provide a status update on behalf of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority on the VI Slice Moderate Income Home Program. And me and my team stand ready to answer any questions you may have in regard to the VI Slice program.
Thank you, CEO Biggs. Next, we have Attorney Matthews, you recognize for your testimony.
Good day, Committee Chairman Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, and honorable members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, other senators present today, as well as the viewing and listening audience. I am Attorney Glendina Matthew, Director of the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation within the Office of Lieutenant Governor. I'm accompanied virtually by the division's legal counsel, Suzette Richards, Esquire. I most respectfully appear before you today in response to your invitation to provide an update on the issues impacting the residential housing market from the perspective of the Office of Lieutenant Governor. As discussed previously, the division serves as a regulatory agency with dual responsibility to license and regulate banks, insurance companies, and financial services entities and related service providers conducting business in the territory, and equally to serve as a consumer protection agency. The Lieutenant Governor serves as the Commissioner of Insurance, Chairman of the Virgin Island Banking Board, and Administrator of Securities and Unclaimed Property. Accordingly, my remarks today will focus on two key areas: the cost and availability of homeowners insurance and the cost and availability of financing. We previously advised this body the division was pursuing reaccreditation. We are pleased to announce the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, which is the U.S. standard-setting and regulatory support organization created and governed by the chief insurance regulators from the 50 states, the District of Columbia, and the 5 U.S. territories, has granted reaccreditation to the Virgin Islands Office of Lieutenant Governor, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation for a 5-year period. This milestone was achieved following a comprehensive on-site evaluation and a formal presentation led by the Lieutenant Governor Tregenza A. Roach Esquire, along with key members of the division, during the NAIC Fall National Meeting held on November 16, 2024 in Denver, Colorado. The NAIC review focused on several core areas, including financial solvency laws and regulation, financial analysis and examination capabilities, organizational and personnel practices, primary licensing, redomestication, and change of control of domestic insurers. Achieving reaccreditation affirms that the division adheres to the high standard of insurance regulation. It enables other jurisdictions to rely on our financial examination of domestic multi-state insurers and reinforces confidence among industry stakeholders in the strength of our regulatory framework. With this status, we are optimistic about increased interest from property and casualty insurers seeking licensure in the Virgin Islands. To date, we have 98 licensed property and casualty insurers, 2 of which are new to the territory. At last year's hearing, the committee expressed significant concern about homeowners insurance, specifically the rising premiums, limited availability of new policies, and the difficulty of obtaining coverage for wooden structures. We are encouraged to report signs of market stabilization. In 2024, only 1 request for a rate increase was submitted. It was partially approved at a 3% rate. This year, no property and casualty insurance company requested rate increases for home insurance. 1 insurer has proposed a modest rate reduction after restructuring its reinsurance program at a 1.8% rate. The division remains in active communication with the insurance industry. We recently convened meetings with both admitted insurers and surplus line carriers who are major market participants in the territory. These meetings focus on hurricane season preparedness and market capacity. Encouragingly, the insurers reported that their capacity to write new business has improved. Unlike last year, there is now adequate market capacity for homeowners coverage except for wooden and mixed frame structures. That said, even in this traditionally challenging segment, conditions are improving. For persons needing coverage for wooden structures, there is still some good news because there is no longer an outright inability to obtain homeowners coverage on wooden structures. There are insurers that will consider underwriting wooden structures based on the condition of the structure. Thus, the division encourages persons needing to purchase insurance for wooden structures, wooden or mixed frame structures, to explore multiple carriers as underwriting guidelines vary by company. Pursuant to Title IX of the Virgin Islands Code, the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation is the administrative arm of the Virgin Island Banking Board and is tasked with the licensure and regulation of banks and mortgage lenders conducting business in the Virgin Islands. As the regulatory agency tasked with oversight of these entities, the board is very cognizant of its role and the role of these lending institutions in the home ownership process. We encourage prospective home buyers to consider both traditional banking institutions and licensed mortgage lenders when seeking a mortgage. Each offer unique advantages. Mortgage lenders often specialize in home loans, refinancing, and occasionally home equity products, operate without physical branches, offer a broad range of loan products. Regardless of the lender's type, we urge consumers to conduct due diligence and compare financing options among licensed institutions. Additionally, we encourage individuals seeking home financing to adequately prepare by participating in first-time homebuyer education courses, reviewing their credit scores, obtaining pre-qualification from lenders, and assessing their overall financial readiness. This year, the board renewed the licensing of 5 banks and approximately 30 mortgage lenders conducting business in the territory, increasing the mortgage lending capacity of individuals seeking to obtain a mortgage. Of note, 6 of these lenders are also participants in the VIHFA moderate income home ownership program, which supports home purchase with rehabilitation, new home construction, down payment, and closing cost assistance. Our discussion last year focused on increasing interest and inflationary rates to avoid a recession. Since then, we have seen some improvement, but the financial market is still volatile. As of September 4, 2025, the primary mortgage market survey reported in U.S. weekly average for a 30-year mortgage at 6.5% and 15-year mortgage at 5.6%, which has been trending downward. The current federal fund rate remained unchanged for several months as it is at 4.33% as of September 5, 2025. The U.S. prime rate also stood at 7.5% since December 19, 2024. These rates directly and indirectly affect consumer loans, including credit cards, home equity line of credits, and some adjustable rate mortgages. Thus, Virgin Islanders determined to be creditworthy and desiring to purchase a home should experience a slight decline in mortgage interest rates offered by financial institutions, thereby decreasing the cost to purchase a home. Financial institution will consider your credit score, down payment, amount of loan, debt-to-income ratio, as well as broader economic factors like the Federal Reserve's policy, inflation, and overall health of the economy and housing market in determining your creditworthiness. Although mortgage lending capacity has increased and interest rate has seen a modest reduction, the ability to purchase a home remains a challenge in many states and territories, including the Virgin Islands. Factors such as high construction costs, limited inventory, the cost of importing materials, the cost of property insurance, and rebuilding continues to distress the territory. In conclusion, the division will continue to monitor these industries as the economic market is still volatile, with economic uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, and shifting trade patterns. I would like to thank Chairman Blyden and the members of the committee for inviting the division to this meeting to provide an update on the issues impacting the insurance and financial market. This concludes my testimony, and I'm prepared to respond to your questions. If members of the listening audience would like to visit the division St. Croix office, we are now located at the Old Caribe building at Castle Coakley on the second floor. In St. Thomas, we're still at the Niski location, so we are available to assist you if needed and available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Matthews. I want to thank all of the testifiers for your testimonies, very insightful. I look forward to a very good hearing in terms of sharing information, etc., when it comes to home ownership opportunities, how we can overcome the challenges, and how we can streamline processes. But before I go to my colleagues for the first round of questioning, and let me ask Director Acton Williams, you spoke to Own a Lot, Build a Home program, and you mentioned that only 5 applications are currently in the pipeline despite over 200 inquiries. So what are the key barriers preventing more applicants from completing this process? That's my first question. In terms of whether it's a debt, land transfer, mortgage, pre-qualifications, what's the issue going on there?
Adrienne Williams, Acting Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Senator, the home buying process is the largest purchase that any family would make. Since we've launched the program, we've been working with many people who come up and say, I want to get my own home. But it is a process. Some have not really gathered the savings and not be able to meet the requirements for the lending institution. So we have been working with them to be able to get ready. Those that have been moved forward are those that already had plans. For instance, one of the challenges is that they do not have the drawings to be able to start construction. So many of those that have expressed interest are really trying to work to gather all of the documents and all the requirements to be able to secure that mortgage and get the assistance from the program.
And in respect to participation, because I noticed you only have 2 banks, Banco Popular and USDA Rural Development. Are there discussions with any other banks in respect to coming on board to assist our people?
Yes, we've been having conversations with other lending institutions. Most recently, we had Bank of St. Croix reach out and say they are interested in being able to provide construction financing, but that is a process on their end. Some of them are local banks may depend on other off-island leadership to make decisions about what goes on here in the territory. But that is still a big need for us to be able to get others to give construction financing.
And usually how long does it take from application to actually move into actual construction?
So the application first starts with the Own a Lot, Build a Home, and they need to go to whoever that construction lender is. We've seen some delays with the 2 facilities that we have. Banco Popular had conversations with their leadership. about moving those applications forward. Initially, we had to work out the process of how it would work and making sure that these federal dollars through the government processes would not hold up the mortgage and the timeline to close. And we've worked through that. The issue with USDA, of course, is that the budget for that fiscal year has not been passed, which delays the approval of applications. And they also now have applications needing to be approved in Florida as opposed to what was being done locally. So we've seen some delays in that as well, but we're continuing to push and encouraging anyone who's interested to get ready and start the process.
And I know the program have been around for a while before you got it under your shop, but do you have a mechanism in where you track the success in terms of completion and timelines or economic impact on local contractors for this program? Have there been anything that's put in place to do that so we can see exactly what's happening in that space?
So again, we are really trying to get the first 5 closed, and from there we'll begin to track the metrics of the program. But until then, you know, we still look at just the overall impact of construction onto the economy and the different areas that it affects. But outside of that, for specifics for the impact of this program, we will need to get a little bit more through the pipeline.
Okay, very well. And Edie Jones, let me ask you in respect to your home improvement assistance program. Can you explain how that works? For instance, and before I go any further, I want to put a disclaimer for my colleagues. The Envision program is offhand today because they will be here tomorrow under the Friday under disaster recovery. So we don't need to go into that space because that's going to be addressed during that hearing. Okay, so I want to make it clear. We don't need to touch that at all today. Okay, but let me ask you in respect to the home improvement assistance program. For individuals who were in that program who deadline was passed, what have you, have met the deadline, and what the coordination between you and ODR in respect to that program in particular to assist individuals who need assistance with their homes.
I'm sorry, Senator Chairman. Can you repeat that question?
The home improvement assistance program, how does that work? And can it assist individuals from that space in respect to assisting them with their homes because of issues that they had and they were not qualified for other programs in general?
Good afternoon, Senator. Frida Webster, Director of Homeownership. The traditional home improvement program that HFA has always had pertains to individuals who want to make modest repairs to their home, whether it's renovation of kitchens, that sort of stuff. That has a cap of $40,000.
Okay.
If individuals were seeking assistance under another program and were deemed denial, they're invited to apply to us and we could see how we could help them. To date, we have not received such a request.
Have there been coordination? That's my question.
To my knowledge, there have not been any coordination or referrals to our end. We do get phone calls, to clarify, we do get phone calls from the individuals directly, and we provide them the information accordingly.
Okay, I appreciate that, and that's why it's so important that we meet together and have discussion because there needs to be more coordination because we are one, and we are all trying to accomplish the same goal, the same mission. So moving forward, we need to coordinate more. Yeah, yes.
Can I add something,
Of course,
Senator?
of course.
So the folks that need repairs to their homes that damaged with the storms, remember these homes under the Envision are the homes that had more damage than they have. So the $40,000 cap for all of the applicants that we have, they wouldn't help them at all.
I disagree because some of those individuals went ahead and did repairs because they couldn't wait or what have you, and they were disqualified also, and maybe the difference could be another $40,000. We just need to communicate and or coordinate. That's my position.
I understand and respectfully, but the damages that we've seen and demonstrating costs and repairs is a real intricate discussion. And I don't want us to think that that $40,000 program can really help them. It may be for some, maybe, but typically it's not would be as much helpful as we would hope.
I agree. We're saying the same thing, but nonetheless, I would like to see more coordination moving forward. That's all I want to make my point. Senator Potter, welcome. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers here and on the island of St. Thomas. And my colleagues who are joining us also. My question is trying to get some clarification on the own a lot, build a home. Let me see if I can find the page. The page that speaks to, there's a sentence that says the lender's mortgage and grant assistance combined cannot exceed FHA loan amounts for the Virgin Islands. What are those loan amounts?
So the loan amounts that I have listed, and I'll thereby the loan amounts that were listed in the testimony, those are the FHA limits, the St. Thomas 672 that I quoted in the testimony.
Yeah, the ones right above. That's what
Yes.
I wanted to make sure that I understood that correctly. So what's your maximum grant that you provide? So would, for example, let's say I'm building a house and it's 750,000, then you're saying, and I get a loan for 524, you're going to give me the difference no matter what there is, or is there a cap to the grant that you provide under this program?
So the families that apply, they do have limits. We want to make sure that it is never in excess of 50% of what the mortgage is, but it depends on the family income and how much they're able to qualify for.
But the family income, I can't have an income that's too high for the program. Is that possible?
Right. So it's up to the loan. The loan limits that are listed that's up to the loan amount that you're able to get. That's the loan limit. But of course, it depends on what you're purchasing, so that you'd have to be able to identify what the loan amount that you're going to need based on the house that you're purchasing.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is if I find a house that's 700,000, and I said that I meet the income levels.
Okay.
I can get a loan up to 524,225.
Yes.
Am I reading it correct? I can.
Yes.
Okay. But then you wouldn't be giving me any money if I get a loan for 524,225 because it can't. The combined can't exceed that.
Right.
Right?
Yes. Your grant assistance and the loan amount cannot exceed those limits.
Those limits. Okay. I have a lot of questions, more questions on that, but I'm going to move on. When you stated that all properties must remain in a natural state, that is because of the HUD requirements. The way that I'm reading it, I know that a lot of people before your program came about had already started and put down systems, because people here are proactive, especially on the island of St. Croix.
1 minute.
So are they then foreclosed by this HUD requirement? And is there no way for you to get a waiver or maybe some sort of exemption so that they may in fact qualify, or is that just not possible?
Unfortunately, that's not possible because in order, you must get the environmental approval prior to doing any work on the property. This is not unique to this program only with the federal dollars. This is across the recovery. We must get your environmental approval before you start any type of construction. So that's why it has to be on virgin land.
Okay, so should I then move over to VI Slice maybe and see if I could get a new construction loan that says limit 200,000, or do the same HUD requirements also apply where I can't have that system that's already down? Is that
definitely
so, Mr.
move
Big,
over.
CU?
Yeah, no.
Is that possible?
Yeah, that's quite possible. As a matter of fact, we will take your system when we evaluate it and put that as equity towards the loan amount. So there is an earnest payment, and we'll count that system towards your earnest payment. So yes, you can have improvements on the land as long as you're able to secure a construction loan to build that home. We can provide the VI Slice gap financing for the difference.
Okay, so that's a possibility. I'm trying to explore this between these programs that are offered, because I do love the fact that we have these programs. But of course, as Director Ottley Williams said, there are those requirements, and so that may be the workaround. And I'm asking these questions because I have so many people in between the age of 30 and 40 who are asking these questions about just trying to get that gap financing that they need. Is the my other question was for, because I know my time is running out, Attorney Glendina Matthews. I have some others though. The homeowners insurance coverage, can I get coverage for a container? You know, people are now using
Time.
I don't know, is that possible?
I would have
If
to
I
check into
convert a
that, but
container.
I would have to check into that. I'm thinking of just thinking about the issue that they're having with wooden structures. I would say no, but I would have to confirm that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I don't want to abuse. I think my time was called, but I have some other questions for Housing Finance Authority in the next round. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Senator Maurice James. And that's why we have all of these agencies here, because we really need to collaborate and coordinate more to see how we can basically fit different programs and see what opportunities are available and how we can coordinate. And with that being said, Director Jones, I know there was a few years ago there was a cistern and slab program. Is that program still active? And if so, how can we help landowners to begin assisting? How can we begin to assist individuals, or see how we can allow stating, link them to other programs, if possible?
Good afternoon, Senator Frida Webster, Housing Finance Authority. The Cistern and Slab program is a dormant program. That program was originally launched as a spot financing venture, and the funding has expired many years ago.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. Senator Clifford Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the Virgin Islands, and good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
The question, going back to Ms. Adrian Williams, actually, is if the person, you said the land, on page 5, it says, all properties must remain in its natural state with no permanent infrastructure such as a concrete slab. Suppose the person had the environmental study, you just said what you said, but I want to know if we do have a person that for some reason had an environmental study done prior to them starting their building, would they qualify?
No, Senator, that environmental assessment has to be done by the program.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I wanted to clarify. Over to. So that's a federal requirement. That's a federal requirement. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, Mr. Biggs, EDA.
Afternoon.
Going over. Okay. Okay, you already answered this question as well, because I had the same question. The senator before me that asked about a person starting and they could come, but is there anything that we could adjust as a legislature to afford some of these people who already started? Because a lot of times we've seen where you have to meet the 600, you have to do this, you have to do that. Could it be possible if a person already paying a rent for the last 5 years and already built, maybe just need a roof to finish up their home? Is there any adjustment that we can make, since you're not federally inclined to dictate that they can't do nothing else other than...
Yeah, our program is not really a report. Good afternoon, Wayne Biggs, EDA. Our program is not really a repair program. Our program is a home ownership program. So we would have to combine a first mortgage along with the renovations or improvements that's being done, the repairs that's being done. So you'd have to get a first mortgage lender, and if you qualified for the roof outright, then there wouldn't be any gap financing in regard to that particular program.
But what I'm saying is the person already been billing out of pocket, so now they only need X amount of dollar left to finish the construction. So that's what I'm asking. I ain't asking for a roof repair. It's a new house that the person started. They might have been 6 years in. They get to the roof, and they're looking for assistance to become a first time. That's the first time. That's still a first time because they don't own anything else.
Yeah, well, our program has a 3-year limit in regard to how we look at, ownership for first time. If you own a home more than 3 years, we don't necessarily consider you a first time homeowner. But basically what I'm saying, if you had the home less than that 3-year period, you would still have to get a first mortgage from our primary lender. And if there's a gap in that first mortgage, then potentially we can fill that gap. But again, it is a gap financing program. So we're not the primary lender in this situation. So if your roof costs $60,000 and you qualified for a $70,000 loan, the primary lender would be the one filling that. You won't achieve any gap financing.
Oh, well, thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Clifford Joseph. Before I go to Senator Bolquez, let me ask you, Mr. Biggs, I come into you. Because since the inception of the SLICE program, I have had some concerns about how the program is structured and whether it is designed to meet the needs of ordinary Virgin Islanders. What I mean by that? What the medium income in the Virgin Islands, Mr. Biggs, do you know?
I don't know that off the top of my head, Senator, but remember we created a moderate income home ownership program, moderate income.
Before you respond, let me continue. Based on the census, it's $40,408, according to the 2020 census, right? And you stated in your testimony that in St. Croix, you have to make 43.5 St. Thomas, St. Croix. I'm tripping. 43.5 St. Croix, 45.3 St. Thomas, and 47.1 St. John. All right, so it's for moderate income, correct? Family is correct?
Correct.
So basically based on that, it automatically excludes more than half of all Virgin Islanders. So explain to me how that works.
Medium ain't really a clean mathematical where it's half in regard to that, because it depends on a variety of different things. But let me say this in reference to the program.
Okay.
The program, as I indicated, will be out of funding at the end of this calendar year, a whole year before the expiration. So obviously the program has been successful in fulfilling the needs. And if we had more money, then we could provide additional funding. But we will be out of funding based on the applications we have in the pipeline right now by the end of the calendar year. So, I mean, it has been successful. And when we're through, we would have helped about 73 families obtain homes.
Which is good.
Yeah.
That's not the bottom line. Senator Bolquez, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, central staff, and the leadership panel here today before us concerning home ownership and housing development in the Virgin Islands. I wanted to start off with banking and insurance. We had Housing Authority here before us earlier, and we were trying to nail down some questions surrounding insurance. And I'm curious to know, there was an indication in the testimony of Ms. Matthew from Banking and Insurance that indicated that you've received a NAIC reaccreditation, which is intended to stabilize the insurance market, technically. And I wanted to know, when exactly did you receive that accreditation, and did you see any increase in new homeowner policies, especially for mixed frame structures?
Good afternoon, Glendina Matthew, Director, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation. Well, we received accreditation initially in 2019. We received a reaccreditation in 2024. We are seeing positive results because the whole idea of reaccreditation is that it encourages company to redomesticate in the Virgin Islands, and the other jurisdiction being able to rely on our examinations as well as analysis of our staff. So we are definitely seeing positive results. As I indicated, there are at least two companies this year. Last year, we licensed another company, at least 3 new companies that is offering PNC coverage in the territory. So
did the policy volumes remain flat? Did they spike? What have you seen? How has the market responded since receiving that accreditation? And I'm curious to know, is accreditation alone enough in order for us to see that change that we're looking for?
Well, accreditation alone is not going to be the answer. The answer is making sure that there are coverage available to our consumers in the territory, whether in the homeowners market, whether in the commercial market. We want to make sure that persons who are needing insurance coverage have that available to them. So that is the most important for us.
And we know after, not to interject, but we know after the storms, having reliable insurance companies was a very important factor as well, because a lot of people got thrown on the side by some of these very companies.
And in addition to what you just indicated, I just reminded someone recently that if you remember under Marilyn and Hugo, we had a number of domestic companies that went under. Unfortunate for us, we can say we had 2 Category 5 storms within 10 days apart, and we didn't have any local domestic companies go under. There was 1 company that was declared insolvent, and that was a company out of Puerto Rico.
And you, since then, have you had to take any enforcement actions against any companies such as that since that time?
No, we haven't.
Very well. Okay, so families applying for the VI Slice Moderate Income Program. How many were approved versus denied? You did. I must have rolled over on that, because particularly what I'm trying to get at is that I saw that St. John only had 1. And I'd like to see that number go up. I don't know what we need to do, but I would really like to see that number go up on the island of St. John. Can you kind of quickly, before my time expires, what are you doing to try to assist the population there to take advantage of this opportunity?
Yeah, we do educational campaigns, and the video testimonial that we've shown is some of the stuff that we do in reference to encourage persons to come forward. The problem with St. John, I mean, in all honesty, is just inventory and cost of construction. You know, we've had that 1 application, as far as I know, that we've approved. I'm not sure if we've had any others that we've denied, but out of the 88 applications that we've received, we've approved 65 of those, and I indicated during my statistics on page 9, some have been withdrawn, and we've only personally declined 4 thus far for ineligibility. The banks have declined 4, and the others have been withdrawn. So I think the program has been fairly successful, and again, I'd like to indicate that we're going to run out of funds 1 year prior to when we anticipated that we'd be out of funds. So we've had a good program.
Okay, very well. And Director Jones, I wanted to ask you, you oversee about 589 land parcels for housing development specifically. Given, Mr. Chair, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the urgency of how many of those parcels should be available, potentially for home ownership, how many of them are actually cleared in the sense of no title, zoning, or no environmental issues? Like basically what I'm trying to ask, physically shovel ready. How many of those 589, to your knowledge, or if anyone can assist you on the panel, are shovel ready?
I don't think anyone on the panel or my staff can answer that question. I'll have to get that information back to you. Also, because there's 589 parcels does not mean they're all buildable sites either. And some of those sites, as we presented this in the last testimony, that some of these parcels we're going to sell, that makes an opportunity for a developer to do multifamily or single family. But I can get that information back to you, Senator.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I don't mean to abuse. Are you saying that those parcels may need to be rezoned to create additional parcels as well for plots?
That is possible.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Senator. And also there may be some environmental issues because not all of them have been environmentally approved. So unless a developer comes or we have we self-develop, that we take our parcels in a contiguous kind of area and make a determination if we're going to self-develop and provide single-family homes or sometimes multi-family or row houses.
Okay, very well. Thank you for your responses and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolquez. Let me ask, in respect to insurance, I want to go back there. So, Edie Jones, in respect to your programs, how many prospective home buyers have been unable to close due to the fact that when it comes to unaffordable premiums, etc.?
Frida Webster, Director of Homeownership, VIHFA. To date, we have not had any.
You have not had any?
No.
That's good. Because I know earlier we heard that there was insurance was an issue, but based on Attorney Matthews, the insurance industry has stabilized, correct?
Yes, correct.
So I don't think there should be much issues there. And based on a couple of testimonies I've seen, that insurance is an issue. So that's what I was asking them. There is, against communication.
Yeah, through the chair, just for clarity, let me just say, when we're doing an evaluation, and many times insurance and property taxes are thrown into the evaluation of the mortgage. So depending on the premium can kick somebody out of qualification, depending on the premium size. So that's where a lower premium helps and a higher premium works against the individual. But it's usually wrapped into the mortgage cost in reference to can the person afford a mortgage. So that's why when we're doing mortgages, you may not see us have an issue with premium because it's already wrapped into the premium and it's determined what you can afford at that level. And so they come for gap financing maybe at a little higher level because the insurance premium is a little higher than it needs to be.
And have that occurred with the slice program for any of your applicants?
I mean, like I said, it's rolled into the mortgage, so we haven't had an issue in reference to closing loans because of insurance, because it's rolled into the mortgage. The primary lender rolls that in when they determine can you afford a mortgage or not.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes, but... Oh, you were just sitting down. No, I'm sorry. You recognize Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. And pleasant good afternoon to all.
Senator Fonseca, you had a point? You had a point of information?
No, I'm next.
No, Senator Joseph is before you.
Oh, she is?
Yes, she is.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Chair.
No worries.
You gave me the floor.
No worries. You insisted.
Okay,
I thought you had a point.
Okay, I'll yield my time to... Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I hope everyone is doing excellent. It's Hump Day, Wednesday. And so I think this is a very critical question because we know that housing is a major issue here in the Virgin Islands. We're having a crisis. I want to begin my questioning first with ODR. ODR, you indicated on page, let's see what page this is here, page 5, that you would you own a lot, build a home. I wanted to ask, what is your funding source? Is it HUD DR funding?
That's correct, Senator.
What is the total amount that you have allocated to that? And when is your expiration time frame? Quickly.
It's 20 million.
20 million.
Speak into the mic, please.
I believe it's 20 million. Let me just make sure
Oh my.
I'm not quoting the wrong thing.
Okay, I can go on. I want to, while you look for that, I'm going to be, you found it?
Yes, it's 10 million.
$10 million.
Yes.
10 million. And when is your expiration on that grant?
2027 is the extension that was received.
2027. Okay, thank you so much. So you have a little bit of time to play with. Now, I also wanted to ask Edie Jones, and thank you so much for your testimony. I wanted to ask for the phase 1, because I saw it and I saw it in ODR testimony. You're responsible for the homeownership component of phase 1 for Love Inland, correct?
That's correct.
How many units are we looking at?
Alana Lavinier, Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer for Phase 1 of Love Inland. It's 99 units.
99 units for homeownership.
Yes.
And where are we with that? Have you already identified the entity who is going to do the rehab of the units?
Currently, they do have a bid out looking for that individual for the rehab for those units. We are expected for the rehab to begin in October, as it's currently out, for Love Inland Phase 1.
So, what is your time frame to receive? Is it Housing Finance Authority? Are you the one doing the rehab? You have already identified a contractor to do the rehab or a developer to do the rehab? Is it Turner who is going to do the rehab? Tell me about that.
So our subrecipient, Jackson Development, will be the ones doing the rehab.
Okay, Jackson?
Yes, Jackson Development is currently has it out right now, the bid out for that individual to do the rehab.
Okay.
It's not yet been selected, but we do anticipate the start in October.
In October. Okay, great. And your funding source for that, of course, is ODR. I'm sorry, DR. HUD DR funds.
No, the
HUD MIT.
The housing source for Phase 1, Love Inland, is MIT.
HUD MIT. Okay, just wanted to make sure. HUD MIT. Okay. Now I really want to highlight, Mr. Biggs, your definition of gap, because we have a lot of gap funding here. And VIHFA seems to be one of the better gap funding so far, based on your numbers. I have to really commend you and your team. So I want to understand how much are you projecting based on your waiting list?
1 minute.
That you would need to look at, just possible. We're hypothetically talking.
Yeah, right now, we just looked at that, and based on what's in our pipeline, our obligated and the applications will be about $19,000 short as of today.
19,000.
Yeah.
Okay, 19,000. That's not a lot. Mr. Jones, how many houses have the Housing Finance Authority or homes have the Housing Finance Authority been able to finance in the past 5 years? Maybe Ms. Webster can tell us.
In the past 5 years, we have done approximately, I know it's less than 50, more than...
Less than what? Tell me again.
In the past 5 years was approximately, I would say, around 50 or so, give or take.
50.
50, yeah.
And Mr. Biggs, how many have you been able to finance?
About 65 in the last 2 years.
In 2 years. We're gonna have to have major consideration to give them the money.
Time.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I really want to wrap up on this because it's vital. We're seeing that the VI Slice program, whatever you have in place, it is working for our people to get them into a home. and Housing Finance Authority, you're lagging behind if you're saying 50 homes in 5 years. Mr. Chairman, I just want to wrap up with one question because Mr. Jones, how are we looking with these home funds? The home fund is a gap financing as well, correct?
That's not true.
Okay, it's not gap financing for home funds because, so you're saying home funds is not gap financing. Help me clarify to me what the home funds are for, HOME funds are for.
It's to assist low to moderate income families on, let's see here. I want to say on housing repair, infrastructure upgrades, economic revitalization, small business support. In that range.
I want to read from your testimony on page 3 because maybe sometime I'm not seeing correctly. It says VI Housing Finance Authority, but you have VI Housing Finance primarily uses home to provide, and it's the same home fund, provide loans or grant to first-time home owners, bridging the gap. And I think that's maybe it's different, and maybe how it's written, I'm not understanding it clearly, so that's why I asked the question, between purchase price and household affordability. So I'm wondering if that doesn't constitute a gap financing.
No.
No, okay, so you're saying no. So it doesn't also help persons achieve home ownership through housing assistance.
No.
So that wouldn't be constituting the home funds, isn't also a gap financing. Okay, I understand. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time, and thank you so much, Mr. Jones, for clarifying that portion of it for me.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. And definitely, as a matter of fact, I do not see that program going under EDA. EDA needs to do what they do best, not housing issues. That's why we have a HFA. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to the testifiers. Okay, so in the testimony from Ms. Matthews and also from Director Biggs, there was some interesting stuff that came up with the challenges. Factors such as the high construction costs, limited inventory, materials, insurance, and inventory of available homes on the market, high cost of construction, limited number of mortgage lenders. Director Matthews, I want to start with you. You mentioned in your testimony that there's some additional licensed mortgage lenders. Those are persons that have been vetted by your division, and they may not necessarily have a brick and mortar structure here, but we can get financing through online measures.
Yes, I think I indicated there's about 30 mortgage lenders that also do business in the territory that are licensed to provide mortgages to persons in the territory. Most of the time, though, if you're looking for construction mortgage...
No. I didn't ask you that. Just mortgage lenders.
Mortgage lenders, yes.
Okay,
30
thank
lenders.
you. Okay, so is Pentagon Federal Credit Union one of those that's looking to come?
Pentagon Federal Credit Union is a credit union, not a mortgage lender. However, I am aware that they are interested in coming to the territory. I'm also aware that they're interested in coming to the territory, but not necessarily to do homeowners.
Okay, so they are going to be, when they come, they're going to be a licensed lender, or they're going to have a building?
They're looking to be, they're a credit union, first of all, so they're not a mortgage lender. They would be a credit union, like the other credit unions in the territory.
Okay, thanks. I got to run on quickly. I want to go to Director Biggs. Okay, I looked at my father's deed when they purchased the home in Bovoni. The property cost $13,000. That was a 2-bedroom home. And I remember Pops had mentioned to me that he was making about $6,000. So you figure it was a little bit more than double, Double would be 12,000, this was 13. So about, say, maybe 110%. And now you mentioned the average home cost in the Virgin Islands is what now?
I didn't do an average home cost, and I'm not aware of what that number would be, Senator.
Okay. Those homes that you finance, were any of them a 2-bedroom with the slice program?
Some were 2-bedroom and some were 3-bedroom. And the average financing amount, total amount, is about $415,000.
Okay, good.
Per home.
So that's my point. 415,000. So in 1963, you're making 6,000. It was double, 12,000, 13,000. Now 400,000. That means you'd have to be making a $200,000 salary. Very few people are making a salary like that. So Mr. Biggs and Adrian are telling we're going to have to do more to get our people in the home. And one thing, there's 2 factors that I believe you have control over. That is the credit score. You're looking for a credit score now of what, 600?
We use 620 again, but if the primary lender's credit score is lower, we go with the more liberal policy. So if the primary lender says...
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, okay.
And you answered my question. I asked for a number, 620. So you see, from 580 to 660, that's considered the same range with your credit score. I'm saying, why can't we use a credit score of 580? And in addition to that, the other one is the down payment. You're requiring a $5,000 down payment, and that is an obstacle. So you guys are excellent performers. You know, both of you guys are excellent performers, but we have to do more. Find a way to waive the down payment, okay? Find a way. Can you and the governor and the OMB and Adrian, do you guys have the authority on the board to waive the down payment, the $5,000?
I can say very clearly that we probably can say VIHFA we waive the down payment, but remember we're dealing with a primary lender, and the primary lender requires skin in the game. Now again, we will be out of funds at the end of this calendar year based on what we already have in the pipeline. So there will no longer be a VIHFA program unless the Senate is going to provide additional funding for VIHFA.
Mr. Chair, can I wrap up? Okay, so you see, you're talking about skin in the game. So we all got skin in this game because it's our families. So what I'm saying, right, is that let's waive the down payment. I'm sure if the proposal comes back to this body will approve the home ownership, because remember, the goal is to get our folks in the home. And then also know, because when you do, and here's the skin in the game that I'm saying, Ms. Webster, you have a set of persons that have been vetted through your division and now qualifies as homeowners. They've completed the program. And how many is that?
Yes, we do, Senator. Territory-wide, we have more than 400 people who are awaiting home ownership opportunities.
Okay, good. Mr. Chair, let me just wrap up quick. So over 400 people. So I'm saying let's use that 400 people, that list that Ms. Webster at Housing Finance Authority has, as those have skin in the game. So let them 400 now have no down payment because they've already shown and they've already qualified. Let's get this done. We got to do more. We got to do more. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. I want to ask Mr. Jones, how much funding do you receive from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for your home fund group program annually?
Off the top of my head, I think it's about 1.2 million.
1.2 million every year? Do you have to apply for it?
Every year.
Every year. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Do you have to, you didn't ask if you have to apply. You don't have to apply.
It's a formula base, so you get it every year based on the population.
Okay, thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you. I had one burning question, Ms. Matthew. The insurance guarantee fund, what is the balance in that account right now?
I would have to get that.
It's more than the statute. I think it requires 40 or 50 million.
Yes, but I would have to check the exact balance at this time.
The last time you checked, what was the balance?
Let me check exactly.
Okay, through the chair, can you provide a balance in the insurance guarantee fund? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Fonseca. Ms. Peter Webster, let me ask you in respect to the agency, because I know you spoke about outdated legislation, etc., when it comes to HFA, and it basically assisting in creating challenges for the agency. Do you believe that this committee needs to work with you guys in terms of strengthening its delivery when it comes to affordable housing and
yes.
homeownership opportunities?
Yes, Senator. I think that all of the housing partners in the territory need to have a roundtable discussion with this committee to discuss what is in, the impediments that are stopping us from making homeownership more available to the eligible residents. We spoke about making adjustments to the VI code with the restrictions, and, to update them to meet the times, the modern times and the desires, simple things like going from a single family household requirement to a minimum 2-family or maximum 2-family household requirement would help a lot of individuals who are now seeking to build 2-family dwellings because, as you know, we have multiple generations residing under one roof.
Okay, very well. Not only the different agencies or housing participants, but also like DPR and everyone inclusive, but we will have those discussion moving forward. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. In reference to Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, how much do you have that you have received in stamp tax that is supposed to be utilized for infrastructure?
0. Since 2023, I think.
Since 2023, you have received 0. What is the balance in your account?
0.
Where did you get that information from?
I got the information from my finance department, our CFO.
In checking that particular balance during markup, we were informed that you have well north of $5 million in that account.
That's not true.
So you have made the request for the stamp taxes and have you formally made the request for stamp tax?
Yes, we have. We're out of about $18 to $20 million in stamp tax.
And what's the percentage that you're supposed to get every year?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
It's 50%. So you're supposed to get about $9 million every year from the stamp tax. I'm going to confirm your number of 0. So you're saying that you have no monies to put in infrastructure into the planned developments that you have?
That's correct. That's what stamp tax resources were for.
So what is your plan in terms of moving forward if you have $0? And have you received a justification as to why you have not received the share of the stamp tax as legislated by law?
No, we have not. And so then we can't be tasked to the extent that, why are you not building homes? Well, we're not receiving stamp tax to do the infrastructure and all the other different costs associated with building new homes.
So why wasn't this included in your testimony? It would be very important for the chair of this committee to know that you have $0 for infrastructure. Then how are you going to do your future development?
Senator, I've been talking about this ever since I've been here, that we have not received stamp tax. I've talked to the legislature, we talked to the governor's office, we talked to OMB. So it's not like it's something that we didn't tell everyone.
Okay, hold up. Don't call all the other entities except legislature. Legislature don't allocate. That goes through OMB, that goes through finance, that goes through the executive branch. Matter of fact, I was a senator that literally passed a bill that increased the amount of stamp tax that you're supposed to receive to 50%. So in reference to your future development, I was reading Estate Bonnie Esperance, and you had 60 units. That 60 units include what is presently there, or you would like to develop an additional 60 units?
We would like to develop an additional 60 units.
And those parcels or units already have individuals that are interested, individuals that purchase the land?
Not yet.
Do any of them have individuals that purchase the land?
Well, we have Estate Mount Pleasant. We're going to do that. We're doing a shovel-ready 15 units. And also on Estate Fortuna. That's going to be shovel-ready in December. That's going to be another 20 units. And then all the other
Fortuna
ones.
already have the infrastructure in?
In Fortuna, we do.
Okay, in reference to Loveland Apartments Phase 2, what was the cost of Phase 1? Now, what was Phase 1? You said Loveland Apartments Phase 2 funded by $25.9 million in CDBG funds. What was the cost of Phase 1?
The cost of phase 1 was $20,571,055. Alana Lavinier, Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer.
Okay, what was Phase 1 utilized for?
Phase 1 will become a home ownership opportunities.
Yeah, well, it was utilized for acquisition of the property.
It was
For what?
utilized
It
for
had to be used for something.
It was used for acquisition as well as home ownership conversion.
Okay, and the acquisition was for Jackson Development?
Yes, it was.
How does the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, how are you going to recoup the monies that you spend in for these developments to Jackson Development? What is the overall plan as to how the Housing Finance Authority will benefit from the advance of these monies?
We do get the program income from the sales of the units on these properties as they are sold.
What is the project, Mr. Chair, I'll conclude with this last. What is the projected program income for the sale of this property?
At this time, I cannot provide that information. I can provide it to you through the chair.
You can because you don't have it, or you can't because you don't want to disclose?
I don't have it in front of me at this time. It's not about disclosing. I don't have it in front of me at this time.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I've been trying, and I know you've been a part of this, getting this project, but I've been trying to find out what is going to be the cost for those individuals that have been living in these units for 15, 20 years. Have they done any type of feasibility study as to how many of them will be able to acquire the property? And I have not been able to get an answer. So if you can allow them to answer your time in terms of proposed costs, or are they having discussion with the residents as to after the rehab, what they're going to need to put in place to become owners of this property? Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. And before I let it respond, I would just let you know from my knowledge, being at the closet and having discussions with them, because your concerns are on point, and those are my concerns also. I was told at the time that the rent would not be more than what they're paying right now, as a matter of fact. That was part of the deal, really, where they can be affordable and they can have that opportunity to own those homes. And that was critical in terms of putting this deal together, but that was part of those discussions. But you can speak to that, please.
Regarding the home ownership opportunities and speaking with the residents, JDC, Jackson Development, has already started. They hired a home ownership specialist that has reached out to every single individual, within the first Calabash, Bloom, and Bellevue Village, within those apartments, to offer them that opportunity. They have been working with them. They've also identified those that are interested in home ownership that may not be credit worthy. They have contracted a credit agency that's working with them to get their credit ready. So as far as home ownership opportunities, they are very much so working with all the tenants. They're now moving on to Levelland Phase 1, and they're doing the same exact approach and reaching out to every single tenant to let them know of the opportunities available so they can come in, sit with a home ownership specialist to let them know the parameters of home ownership and those particular opportunities for them. But they have the resources in place for the tenants so that they can make this a reality. They are also keeping in contact with them via newsletters so that the tenants are fully aware of what is going on within the properties.
Point of information.
Please proceed, Senator Bailey.
Mr. Chair, is the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority being copied on the documentation that's being sent to the homeowners?
If they're being copied on, well, honestly, she can respond to that. I believe they've been in contact with
Are
that.
they aware, or do they have in their possession the overall document that is being sent to the homeowners?
As part of the monthly reporting process, they must submit documentation showing us that they are doing these things. It is part of the monthly reporting process. So yes, that documentation is necessary when they're reporting back to us.
So you have a copy of the documentation?
I can double check that, and I will respond through the chair. I don't want to say yes or no. I need to speak with my staff.
You can send it through the chair so I can share with my colleagues.
I will
Because
do
it's
that.
important that we know
I will
what's
do
going
that.
on.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Marie James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along that line of questioning by my colleague, the majority leader, are you going through a process where certain individuals are pre-qualified or pre-approved, so you do know how many, for how many the transition will be smooth and how many you are going to assist with any credit challenges that they may have? Can you provide us with a number of those?
Yes,
persons?
Solana Lavinier, Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. Thus far, as they've been working with the residents, we've had one thus far that has been creditworthy, and they have moved forward to start the true home ownership process. Others are still working through that process, so we do not have that number, but we do know as of to date, we do have one resident thus far.
You said one?
One resident
so
thus
far,
far, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for now.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Let me ask you, although in respect to Senator James' question, one so far in St. John, because you started with Calabash Boom and Bellevue. You haven't started St. Thomas yet. So one so far in St. John, that's what you're saying?
That is correct. That is one so far in St. John. The others have not yet gotten to that place, but they are working with the homeowner specialist to get to that spot. But one person where they've been creditworthy, everything has come through, that they are there at that point.
So question again, one so far in St. John, and they have gone, because I was part of the process, they have gone to every single resident and done the process in terms of letting them know what's available and assuring that they sign up for the home ownership class, assuring that their credit is on point, and for those that's not available, that's not approved as yet, once they get on point in terms of their credit score, then they can be available, correct? Because that was the process.
Correct. There's a 7 phases process where they go through with the tenants.
Can you speak to that, please? Because my colleague need to be.
Yeah, so they start speaking with them. They look at the income. They look at credit worthiness. They have to go through the classes, the credit first-time home buyer classes. There's just a list of things that they have to go through. And once they make that through, then they go on to that, okay, we're going to sign an agreement, execute that they are going to become that homeowner.
And what's the deadline for them to get through with the whole process? How much time do they have to get through with the whole process? If they are not ready now, they're trying to get there, how much time do they have?
So we're starting now. We're going to continue until March 2026.
That's it. That's what I wanted to hear. Okay, it's like March of 26.
Yes. And that's for Calabash Boom, Bellevue, and for Levelland, we are estimating a little bit after that.
Because a different funding source, correct?
Levelland Phase 2 is a different funding source. Levelland Phase 1 is still CDBG MIT, but they are starting now after Calabash, so we're giving them additional time.
Very well. Senator Milton, pardon you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Please recognize Senator Potter.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. A special good afternoon to the testifiers who are participating in these very important discussions today. I wanted to start by asking Biggs, Actolin, and Jones. That sounds like a powerful law firm. I wanted to ask you, in your view, as really the experts in this area, what would you consider to be the single greatest initiative that this legislature can undertake to positively move the needle with respect to affordable home ownership opportunities in the USVI? If you could take a minute each.
I'll start off. I mean, and this is my pie in the sky. If you could get the cost of construction down, I mean, that would be the ultimate in reference to increasing home ownership here in the territory. Particularly since the storms and COVID, we've seen construction escalate. I just talking St. Croix is now over $300 a square foot in reference to construction costs. I mean, and St. Croix is usually the lowest, so you can imagine St. Thomas and then St. John. But yeah, if that was the magic wand that you could wave, I say whatever the Senate can do to keep construction costs down, I think that would be significant. And that may be even changing the paradigm in reference to how we build. We need to build more like townhouses where it's not all single-family homes, you know, where you share structures, so you share some of the costs in those buildings and stuff. We may need to change from our favorite 8-inch cylinder block with 6-inch and 4-inch inside to 8-inch and sheetrock and that sort of stuff, you know. So there's different ways I think we can do it, but that would be the most, I think, important thing in reference to getting home ownership up is bringing the cost down so it makes it affordable for people to do that.
Thank you for your response. Edie Jones?
I think there needs to be a balance. It comes to available resources. Income needs to address the cost of these expensive developments. And I don't think that's there. There needs to be, talking about gap financing, there's got to be some type of gap or some type of extra subsidy to get people in those homes. It's a construction cost, but wages are not equaling up to the cost of living. If you're making $50,000, you can't afford an $800,000 home. It's just not going to happen. So how do you bring those costs down? How do you bring wages up so there is a balance? And what does that mean? What is that gap, and how can we fulfill it? What can we do? Because it seems like costs are costs, and it doesn't seem like we can manage that unless there's some type of deep subsidy or something that we can create internally that we're all on the same page. Can we leverage our dollars better and provide more opportunity in the territory?
So wages aren't keeping pace
No.
with the cost of...
Absolutely not.
Okay. Director Actolin?
So construction costs, I have to agree. It has gone through the roof. Traditionally, the construction for a 2-3 bedroom home for a 1,200 square foot, 1,300 square foot home was about $200,000. The subsidy, the only way that we were able to get families into homes was to be able to subsidize these families. As we move forward now, of course, the cost for construction is increasing the cost of the subsidy in order to get the families into the home. But we absolutely must increase the housing stock. We were able to do so because we created housing. We have not have any housing construction. Incentives for contractors to build homes, it's critical. But we have to create the territory, and it's great that we have federal dollars in. It comes with a lot of rules and requirements. Local dollars are a lot more flexible, but we have to increase the housing stock. We have to build find new ways for construction methodologies so that we can create the stock, so we can use the federal dollars that we have right now to provide the subsidy.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your meaningful suggestions. I know my colleague is scheduling a housing summit that I've also been talking about for some time, getting the subject matter experts all together at one place on the same page so that we can yield something meaningful that will shift the reality of constructing and building here in the territory. That is what is driving our young people away from this territory. Being able to afford to live here being able to afford affordable housing. Right? I wanted to ask Director Octolin Williams, with only 5 applications in our own allot pipeline, despite 200 plus inquiries, what are the primary barriers preventing interested residents from completing applications, in your view?
So one, they know that they have land and they haven't done anything yet. So part of the process is for them to get started. One of the things that we wanted to do is to be able to roll in plans. We're working on providing plans, sample plans to applicants so that they have it, that they don't have to go to find a draftsman a lot of these architects are busy right now. So we want to provide them with some plans that can be rolled into the cost that will minimize the upfront cost that they have to provide in order to get ready. We're also working very closely with the banks, and we're also doing a lot more hand-holding so that they can get them through the process. So we're working with the amount of folks that we have. If we're able to help all 200 people, we would need more money. So the push now, once we get them thinking about it, knowing that they want to move forward to homeownership, the next step really is to follow each step of the way to move it through. I always say it's the greatest cost that we're going to expend, mostly unless you buy a boat or something else. But we have to work through it, and it requires a lot of commitment.
Appreciate your comments. Mr. J, if I may, I just ask one more final questions to Attorney Keynes. Has there been any discussions with insurers about developing more affordable products for high-risk properties, possibly with government-backed incentives or some sort of risk-sharing mechanisms?
There has been some discussion, but I think what our focus has been in terms of other discussions is us discussing the high-risk pool, which we have done in the past. I don't know if most of you may remember, we had the Windstorm Authority. That didn't work out for specific reasons, but I still think that, we need to consider that some other states, Louisiana, Florida, all of them have these kind of risk pools in place. The only drawback is it's going to take monies to put these kind of programs in place.
Thank you very much for your response. Thank you, testifiers. Thank you very much for your generosity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter, and I'm so happy you asked that question because basically you are correct, and that's why we have all of these different agencies here today, but it's going to take some innovative housing solutions, number one, insurance companies, DPNR, agencies like DPNR, banks, the realty board, contractors, suppliers, developers, and more. And that is why we have a stakeholders meeting coming up on the 25th and 26th of this month. That's our third stakeholders meeting. And we're going to have this housing summit on the 23rd of next month. And I know we're going to come up with solutions, and we're going to come up with a product that's affordable and that creates access for Virgin Islanders. That's the first housing summit, in my opinion, that we are doing since I've been here. And I believe we all have a stake and a role to play because housing, as we always say, is the most important investment anyone can make for themselves and their families, especially in the Virgin Islands to get a piece of the rock. It's critical. And we must do something to assure before all of this funding runs out, as what Adrian Acton stated, we must tap into those funds. That's what it's for. And we can make it happen, and we will make it happen. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications stands in recess for 2 minutes. We're not going to be too much longer. We are back on the record. We are going to do our last round. And we're going to start with Senator Maurice James. I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Okay, so Senator James, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chief. Quickly to CEO Biggs. Right now at this, and it's a quick question. Right now, you don't have enough funds to consider any new applications for the VI slice, correct?
Well, we're still taking applications, but we're letting people know that it's basically first come, first serve. So when we run out of funds, we run out of funds, but we're not cutting anybody off because in many instances, people don't close their applications and we don't want to close out somebody that may have come in line.
Well, the reason I ask is because it seems if you have 61 closed, 4 approved, 4 draft application, that comes up to $7,180,440.41, which leaves only $819,559.59, which probably is only about five to 7 more. That's why.
Yeah, if we close all the applications we have in pipeline right now, Senator, we would be about $19,000 over our funding source with the applications we have right now. But again, if somebody doesn't close an application, we want to have another application that we could fulfill. So that's what I'm very careful to say we don't cut it off. But if the 8 of them we have in the pipeline now are funded, then we would be out of funds.
But you will let the public know at what point the program is closed, right? Is it up until December of this year? That is December 31st, the drop dead date anyway?
December 31st, 2026 is the drop dead date anyhow. And so we've always said the drop dead is either the conclusion when the funds expire or when we have loaned all the funds. And if we loan all the funds before, we will let the public know, yes.
Okay, so we can say that the funds will expire December 2025 though, in terms of applications, because let's move on though, because I'm just hoping that you use all the funds anyway, and that people understand first come, first serve, that you made very clear today. So that's the important thing, But I do want to commend you on the program. But I will concur with the chair that it's time for housing to move back to the housing areas. But thank you for what you have done. 1 minute. And your team. I appreciate that. Moving on to Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. As you know, the governor did the program at Williams Delight, which will end up really increasing homeownership by about another 55 people, which if you add the VI slice, I think it's very commendable that we've been able to do that. It's still not enough. I want to say, before I go to the question with Jones, I want to say to Director Actlin that you were right on point, because I attended a housing conference recently, and they said the only way to address affordable housing is to build more housing stock. That's it, bottom line. You have to build. So you were right on point, which I know you would be. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Time.
The Williams Delight Villas updated homeownership plan clearly states on page 11 that mortgage assistance is also available to eligible participants through the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority's home program. Have you given any assistance, mortgage assistance, to anyone who was purchasing a home at Williams Delight Villas? Because as you know, since 1995, this homeownership plan was approved, and it's only in the last maybe 5 5 years that we've seen any movement, and of course, the governor's initiative just bumped it up tremendously. So have you assisted anyone at Williams Delight?
Senator Frida Webster, Director of Homeownership, VIHFA. VIHFA role in the recent Williams Delight clients was to provide home buyer education classes for the individuals who attended our eHome America platform and or our live instructor-led platform. We also hosted an in-person two-day session for specific clients.
I'm going to interrupt you. The sentence said mortgage assistance, and it's under G, financing for the purchase of homes. It's not about the education. This was specifically financing. So my question is, was any mortgage assistance provided to eligible participants through the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority's home program? I'm reading from the documents of the Williams Delight Villas updated home ownership plan dated December 20th, 2012.
I understand. I was continuing to say that in addition to the home buyer education courses that we provided, the Housing Authority had an arrangement with one of the local lenders who provided special financing and provided grant financing for those clients. So VIHFA did not provide any financing for those individuals because it was already provided for.
Does the home program, I'm not understanding it, and maybe you can help me understand, okay? In the paragraph on page 3 of the testimony provided by the CEO, the Executive Director, Mr. Jones, it says, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority administers HUD's home program, an annual formula grant that expands affordable housing opportunities for very low and low income families, and primarily uses that program to provide loans or grants to first-time home buyers, bridging the gap between purchase price and household affordability. And then I believe we were told that you get $1.2 million for this home program. And so you can educate me on it to make sure that I'm understanding what I'm trying to achieve with the Williams Delight persons who are in need of financial assistance from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Are you saying that you cannot provide any loans or grants to those persons? And I'm talking from the Housing Finance Authority itself. That's not something that's done?
The traditional home program,
please.
Frida Webster Housing Finance Authority. The traditional home program that exists does provide mortgage financing for individuals who require secondary assistance, whether it is to construct a home or to complete down payment assistance or to complete or assistance with closing costs. We do provide that. That's through our federal programs division. It's a program that has been in existence long before the storms of 2017. The 530 homes as listed there are regular residents of the territory who fall between the very low and low income brackets. That is a program that always exists. The funding, as Mr. Jones indicated, is based on a formula that is calculated by HUD, and it's always readily available, but it's secondary financing in the form of a loan and or a grant.
Secondary.
So my final question is, someone who is a Williams Delight resident, can they tap into getting a grant from the Housing Finance Authority? Is that possible, or some sort of financial assistance?
All clients that submit an application to the Housing Finance Authority are analyzed based on their income and their existing debts, and we determine if they qualify for a loan and the quantity, and if they qualify for a grant, how much. It's not a guarantee that everyone would get a full grant or that everyone would get only a grant. We analyze them based on how much they can afford and how much of a grant they would need if that's applicable.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to encourage the Williams Delight residents to go to the Virgin Islands Housing and Finance Authority and fill out those applications to see if you qualify for financing of the purchase of your home at Williams Delight, because I know the governor has gone above and beyond in giving the $15,000 grant, but some of you still need some sort of financial assistance, and I'm hoping that, as the chair said, we can collaborate and close that real gap that exists for those persons. So I'm encouraging those people to go and see if we can get some help from the Housing Finance Authority home program and get some more homes into the home ownership, including the 530 families that you have helped achieve home ownership. Maybe we can add some more in the Williams Delight area. I also want to remind Mr. Chair, just one more thing. I want to remind all the homeowners in Williams Delight that real property taxes, now that your homeowners have to be paid, and the Virgin Islands Code provides that everyone has to pay at least $180, and we need funds in the Treasury. So I'm encouraging you to go and pay your taxes, real property taxes. Let's make the Virgin Islands a vibrant place to live. Thank you to all the testifiers, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity today. Thank you very much.
You're welcome for your 10 minutes, but that's fine. No worries. But Ms. Webster, can you clarify, though, for all that's listening, especially those in Williams Delight, you said it several times, secondary lending, correct? In order to even qualify for that funds, correct?
Correct.
So that's very important to note. It has to be secondary lending. And in addition to that, let me remind my former co-chair that I did put in legislation from the first-time home buyers program for assistance for that individual in an amount of $300,000. So we need to do what we need to do in terms of assisting those individuals. So she is correct, and I understand why it's so important to add more to the housing stock. But nonetheless, that's where we at. Senator Clifford Joseph, you recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, would like to start with Attorney Matthews. On page 5, you made it clear the ability to purchase a home remains a challenge in many states and territory, including the Virgin Islands. So for sure, with the cost of the construction going up, the cost of the insurance will go up as well?
Definitely. Glendina Matthew, Director, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation. Definitely, with the cost of construction going up, means that the replacement cost value that insurers will use to determine what coverage you are required to maintain will cause the cost to go up.
Okay, thank you for the response. And to Director Ottley and Director Jones, are there any plans of billing stocks? Like, we know that folks are waiting to, like, through the program with Director Biggs, some folks have to be qualified. Are we just going ahead and start? Do we have any plan? Let me ask this question. Do we have any plan of just billing housing stock in itself?
Senator, I'm going to yield that question to the VI Housing Finance Authority.
Yes, we do, Senator.
So as far as this plan, we have land identified. We're going to build 20 houses or 10 houses to start.
That's correct. If you in the package that we sent over to the legislature, you have a table in which we're going to be doing prospective
1 minute.
development. 2 developments right now. One's going to be a ribbon cutting ceremony probably in November. Another one is going to be ribbon cutting ceremony on Fortuna, and then everything else follows after that.
Okay. And this is for 2 and 3 bedrooms.
That's correct. And then we're also doing an acquisition of some homes that already been constructed or near construction or near finish that we're going to acquire on St. Thomas and also on St. Croix.
Thank you for your response. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Before I go to Senator Carla Joseph, let me ask you, E.D. Jones, and you just spoke about Fortuna, that's wild pineapple you're speaking to? The wild pineapple project?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So you say you plan to do a ribbon cutting when?
In December, first week of December.
Groundbreaking.
First 20 units.
Because I know we did a ribbon cutting before, but it's a groundbreaking, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because I know we did a ribbon cutting some time back. Okay, very well.
Way back.
Yeah. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I hope my time begins now. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Jones, once again. On page 3, you indicated under the subheading, costs and availability of financing. And your first bullet states that VI Housing Finance Authority offers fixed rate home acquisition loans for up to $250,000 over 30 years. How many of these loans have you issued in the past, say, 5 years? Is it about 50 still? How many of those?
It would be less than 50.
How many have you issued?
So let's use the 50 home count, because it was around 50 transactions over the last 5 years.
Okay, so 50 transactions you've offered over the last 5 years, so about 10 per year, you would say, Ms. Webster?
Not necessarily, because there was a period in which we had a lot of our turnkey homes that were in the completion
So I'm trying
phase.
I'm so sorry to speak over you. I know the stenographer is being diligent. Give me an estimate of how many you have offered in the past 5 years.
In the past 5 years, we have closed about 50 transactions.
Okay, and those 50 transactions is for the 250,000?
It's a mixed bag of...
But I'm just focusing on this.
What I have to explain, because we also do, in addition to home sales, we also do land sales, which is included in that 50 count.
Okay, so there's 50. Okay. Thank you for that number. Now, I wanted to ask, also going back to the home fund, what is the maximum an applicant is eligible to receive under the home fund program?
The traditional home loan program has what HUD refers to as sales price limits, also known as total acquisition cost limits, and it's by district. So for the island of St. Croix, is 356,000.
356,000 per applicant. I'm looking at
the maximum that the transaction, meaning you want to buy a house or build a house on the island of St. Croix, it cannot exceed 356,000.
And how much would they be eligible if they come in for $356,000, maximum to build a house, as you stated, how much home funds would that person be eligible to receive? That's my question.
Is the eligibility
I get mixed up.
Per client is based on their income and their existing debts, right?
So what time? Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to get the number. So what is that number? What is the average? Because you have to have some data. They've been doing this work for over 20. Yeah, so what is the average? You have like 36,000 that you normally give as a maximum of your home.
I don't have an average figure for you. It's not tracked in that manner. What we do is we make sure that the transaction, which would include the acquisition of the property or the construction costs or the rehabilitation costs or the closing cost assistance, cannot exceed a total of, for St. Croix clients, $356,000.
Okay,
right?
And how much is it for St. Thomas?
St. Thomas is $369,000.
And St. John?
$539,000.
$539,000. And it would be based on what? The person's ability to get the financing?
So,
and how much they would need to
So the client would
supplement?
the client, for instance, in a construction loan transaction, the client would submit an application that includes estimates for the cost to construct the home, right? And we would look and see, based on their income and based on their debts that is listed on the credit reports, how much they can afford. If it's an amount where, in this case, USDA is giving the client, let's say the construction cost is $250,000, and USDA is giving the clients $200,000, and they sent the file to HFA to see if we could provide the additional $50,000. We look to see if they can afford the $50,000 as a combination of a loan or a combination of a loan and a grant, on top of the $200,000 that USDA would be giving them.
Okay, so that would help them meet that $250,000
need
to construct it. So it is based on getting them to that affordable area, affordably, right? And that gap, I'm going to call it a gap because that's what I see it as, to meet the end product where they are able to construct and or purchase the home.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for that level of clarification and your patience, because that's very much needed. Thank you.
It's important. No problem. Thank you so much, Senator Joseph. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple questions. The Solar Plus financing pilot program. Okay, so there was 112 applications. Ultimately, only 24 was funded. They are in their various stages of the processing, title search, etc. 662,965. Is that enough to fund all 112, or you're going to require additional funding? Director Biggs?
I didn't come prepared to talk about the solar financing program at this stage. We're talking about VIHFA. We do operate and assist the Energy Office in reference to the solar financing program, but I didn't testify in reference to that today, so I didn't come prepared to answer those questions.
Okay. So you're not able to answer questions on the by the sea resort properties also?
No.
Okay, good. So let me ask you. I want to go to the insurance guarantee fund, because I think I had asked you and you didn't have the balance. It's been about an hour. Were you able to get the balance, or you still need more time?
No, I definitely would need more time because I would need to contact the Department of Finance to get that information.
Okay. Question. You said that one of the insurance companies went bankrupt after the last storm, and you were able to pay out, what was it, up to $50,000, something like that per.
Well, one of the companies, insurance companies, domiciled
1
in
minute.
Puerto Rico did go insolvent. At that time, at least 90% of the persons having policies were paid out. There was some holdback that some of the individuals had not received, and those individuals who came to our office, made applications, had up to $49,950 that they were able to get from our office.
So it's $49,950,
Yeah.
not $50,000. Okay, you said in your testimony.
Minus $50.
Okay, you said in your testimony, one insurer proposed a modest rate reduction. I know you didn't want to call names, but that's very important information because the homeowners, since the hurricane, have been experiencing insurance increases. So I know you can't.
Time.
You don't want to, Mr. Chair, let me just wrap up, thanks. I know you don't want to disclose that, but where can we find out who that person is? You have a website. I want you to give us that information.
What
so
we would recommend is that you contact the agents. We can give you a listing of the agents in the territory who write homeowners insurance, and then once you contact them, they'll be able to provide you as to which entity.
Okay,
or,
and that listing is at the VI Lieutenant Governor. What's that website?
The division ltg.gov.vi. But if you contact our office, we can get that to you.
Okay, so folks, you heard it here. The Lieutenant Governor's office, there's an insurance company, your homeowner's mortgage insurance, that is actually reducing your rates. Contact the Lieutenant Governor's office for further information. That is very important because you save money. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much. But in addition to that, I believe HFA also has a program for those who cannot afford insurance, and we are in hurricane season, the HOA program. HAP, the HAP program, the HAP program, Housing Assistance Program. Can you speak to that briefly, please, in terms of that program, what it provides, not only for insurance, but for taxes and mortgage assistance? Can you speak to that briefly, please, because it's important, and you have a platform now. Please. I want the other to expire.
So I am not over that, Alana Lavinier,
But you can
Deputy
speak
Chief
to it.
Disaster Recovery Officer, but the Homeownership Assistance Program is a HARP program. It really assists with those that are delinquent on their mortgage. They also pays for delinquent taxes and insurance, and their insurance in that. What other question are you asking?
Well, you don't want to speak about it, and it's important. I will speak to it.
It does expire next year in 2026.
I will speak to it. What it does for individuals in the territory, for those that are having hardship with their mortgage.
Yes.
It assists you with mortgage payments. It
Yes.
also assists with insurance. It assists with taxes
Yes.
for individuals in the territory. It's a very important and good program. So since we spoke about insurance, I wanted to put it out there also.
Yes, so the Homeownership Assistance Program, it does assist those that have been affected by COVID-19 that are delinquent on their mortgage, as well as what, Senator, you just said, as far as their taxes, insurance, and any additional fees, final fees, HOA fees that they may have. It does assist with that. That program is set to expire in 2026, so we are urging anyone that needs that assistance to reach out to HFA so that we can assist.
Thank you so much, and we cannot afford to send back a dime because people do need assistance.
Correct.
Thank you. Senator Viala, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's start right here. How much is left in that program in terms of funding, federal funds?
Alana Lavinier, Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. Unfortunately, that director for that program is not here, but we will provide that information through the chair.
A lot of these questions we don't ask so that the community can hear the response, because the community don't hear the response that we receive through the chair. Okay, moving on. How do you qualify for the program? Because you're hearing it mortgage assistance, insurance assistance, rental assistance, how do you qualify? How does someone right now could make that determination as to whether or not they qualify for that type of assistance?
Senator, again, we have to give you that information because that individual is not here participating in this committee.
But no,
so we have to-
how are you going to sell the program when nobody knows that's sitting there what are the prerequisites to qualify?
I did not say
for
that, Senator. I did not say that, Senator.
So I'm asking, because people listen to the hearing and individuals know that the chair was having a meeting on housing, if there could be an explanation on the record as to how do you qualify so that individuals that are having issues with paying the mortgage or insurance. I've heard numerous complaints in reference to insurance within the last 3 or 4 months, individuals that are saying the rate increased, it was hard for them to pay. So I just really wanted to put on the record so that individuals can know that possibly this could be a program that they could apply for.
Alana Lavinier, Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer, sir, for that particular program, there has to be a tie to being affected with the COVID. There's also that income requirement. However, to get more information, we encourage them to reach out to HFA so that we can further assist them.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to say. It has to be COVID related, they lost a job during COVID or the lost income?
Some sort of loss of income, some sort of loss of employment that they can directly correlate to the COVID pandemic. We would like to put our number on file so that if someone is in a situation and they may need assistance, they can call us at 340-777-4432. 340-777-4432, and we'll be happy to assist them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Biggs. How many of the individuals who qualified or received assistance in the VI slice was for new construction?
1 second, Senator. Let me see if I have that.
Now, while I'm asking that to banking and insurance, we have had some new carriers, but is the cost affordable? We're hearing so many complaints in reference to the cost of insurance or home ownership. Is a cost a prohibitive factor that by the time you get your mortgage loan and you add on how much you're going to escrow every month for insurance and they make it literally that the individual can't pay the note?
In regards to, I'm going to kind of give you an average cost for different types of structures. If it's a fire restrictive structure, the average cost is about $1.94. So depending on the value or the amount you're seeking, you times that by $1.94. Say that again.
194 square foot?
194 times whatever the amount that you are seeking. So let's say it's $100,000 is the value of your replacement cost. Then 100,000 times the $1.94, and that's for fire restrictive. Depending on the let's say masonry. Masonry has average cost about $2.13. You would apply the same thing if your value of your home is 100,000 times that $2.13. If it's mixed construction, it's about $2.80. The same formula applies as well as frame, that's $2.82. So it all depends. What I encourage people to do is to really check around because different carriers have different rates. So the key is really checking around at the different carriers, especially now that the market is more open. Last year, as I indicated, there was a lot of unavailability of property insurance. So you really didn't have the ability to check around. This year, it's much open, so you can.
Okay, so, and you were discussing the cost of construction, et cetera. And if it's 500,000, I think you said that the average cost of St. Croix was 400 or something, or 500,000? If you use a basic 500,000, the cost of insurance is $10,000. 10,000 plus, which would be like $800 a month on top of your mortgage. You know, so when you're looking at everything, I'm looking as to how are we really going to be able to have a home ownership when just the cost of insurance is almost like a rent for St. Croix, you know, $800-900, and then you factor in a $500,000 loan. That mortgage is going to be probably like $2,000 for a $500 or more. So you're going up to $3,000 a month for individuals, which make it literally, individuals can't afford it. So, Mr. Chair, we have a big discussion that we need. I don't know how we're going to come up with a solution, but definitely we need to have discussion with the banking and the insurance and the cost of construction. And all of these programs or initiatives that we're utilizing to generate low-income housing, pricing middle-income housing out to the market, because when you're paying $121 million for Red Brick or D. Hamilton Jackson Terrace that has 106 units, that means that you're paying more than $1 million per unit to rehab, not to build from the ground, to rehab. So they misacting that 120 something. I mean, it just blew me out of the water. They put it in a community center and athletic facilities and all type of stuff that comes up to the 120 million? Or is it just really just $1 million per unit, and some of those units are 2-bedroom with a small kitchen, very small bedrooms? What is it?
Senator, are you referring to the housing communities that State Dunu?
No, okay. D. Hamilton Jackson.
D. Hamilton Jackson. So that cost incorporates everything in the project. It incorporates soft costs. That's not just pure construction costs.
Okay, soft, hard. Well, what else are we getting for that 120? Is there a community center? Are they putting recreational facilities, basketball, tennis? What else is included? That's a lot of money, even when you're adding the soft costs.
Yeah, Senator, I mean, all the prices that we're getting across the board is absolutely mind-boggling, and it's where it was projected that this is what's going to happen when this infusion of dollars comes in, that, you know, supply and demand, overall costs, and it's the inflation. We're seeing it in the bids that we're getting.
1 minute. All of them just holding one head. They know that we're in a bad place. We're looking for individuals, and they're coming in and they're just charging these totally exorbitant price that is then making everything else impossible. So a private developer coming in and want to build, there's a reluctancy to build a $5 million project when you could get a federally funded project and charge 4 times the amount. And I don't know how we're going to deal with it, because it's not something that you created, but it is just blatant greed that you're charging over $1 million per unit for Dono, for Jackson Terrace, and for some of the others that I've seen in here. It's just way too much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important that we continue to have these discussions. I'll end with, any banks offering builder's risk insurance for people for new construction?
You're speaking of construction loans?
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they
Which bank offering construction loan?
Based on our survey of all the banks, all the banks.
Speak into the mic, please.
Yeah.
You could go ahead, Mr. Biggs.
Yeah, the two that we know for sure that are offering construction loans are Banco Pilar and USDA Rural Development. Those are the two through VIHFA that we're aware of. None of the other banks we've done any construction loans with, or they've indicated to us that they're willing to do construction loans. So those are the only two. Merchants are now saying that they may do some, but we haven't experienced them doing any with us at this time. And when the opportunity arises, I have the numbers for you, Senator Vielle.
Banking and insurance, are we having discussion with these banks about giving construction loans? A lot of these banks are custodians of a tremendous amount of government funds, but yet they don't offer construction loan. Are we having a discussion in reference to some of these larger banks offering construction loans?
Yes, we have, and we've queried the banks. So we're getting conflicting information based on the conversation that we're having. As we're actually having a banking board meeting on the 25th and the 26th, and that is one of the discussions, because I actually queried the banks, and we're hearing different discussions from persons versus what the bank is telling us as to their offering construction loans. So that will definitely be a conversation that we will be having with the banks as to if what they're saying they're actually doing.
Okay, last question. Most of the banks here are based in Puerto Rico. They're Puerto Rican entities, banks. Are they offering the same products that are afforded to the people of Puerto Rico in reference to mortgage and loans? Are they offering the same products in the Virgin Islands at the same down payment rate, etc.?
I can't say exactly what they're offering in Puerto Rico, but I can say most of the products that they are offering in Puerto Rico, they also are offering here. Now, if you're talking about apples to apples in terms of exact numbers, I can't say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Viale, before I go to any point of information, let me just respond quickly, please. In respect to the finance chair, to finance co-chair, I just first want to thank HFA for their increase in advertising the HAP program and other programs that funding is going to run out, because I did inquire many times about that, and I just went to the newspaper. It's in the newspaper every day. It's in the newspaper. And also it deals with financial hardship, not only COVID, financial hardship because the money was not being utilized. So the added financial hardship, and I have an application right in front of me. It speaks to qualify for unemployment benefits if you incurred a significant increase of household expenses, incurred a significant increase of medical expenses, experience a reduction of income, experience other financial hardship doing directly or indirectly due to COVID-19. So it don't have to be because of COVID, it's directly or indirectly, and we got to be very careful in terms of funding, especially at HFA, because I had many challenges with funding, legal services, and other issues we had before. The language is very clear, okay? And we have to interpret it the right way, okay? Directly or indirectly, it's clear. So people need assistance, apply. If you qualify, you qualify. If you don't, you don't. But the point is, apply. The fund is there to assist you. And also, I want to reiterate before I go to your point of information, Senator Joseph, again, based on what the last speaker stated, yes, we have to have a discussion. We are having those discussions. We have our third stakeholders meeting on the 25th and 26th of this month at the Innovation Center. That all of these topics are going to be addressed, and we have all the stakeholders there, and then we're going to have a summit next month on the 23rd of October, or 23rd of November. October, I'm sorry, 23rd of October. Senator, I'm hungry. Senator Joseph, you recognize for your point of information.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Matthew, I wanted to ask you relative to Pentagon Federal Credit Union. I know I have had conversations with them several years back regarding offering or underwriting mortgages here in the Virgin Islands, and they said they didn't. I believe in our conversation, they may have indicated that they do underwrite some of the mortgages in Puerto Rico. And you mentioned that they plan to do some work here, business here in the Virgin Islands. I know they already were offering many years ago car loans. Are they also looking at offering other types of loans, or in your conversations, you have had conversations with them, in their conversation, is that something that you could bring up about the possibility of exploring that here in the Virgin Islands to be or to utilize whatever services they have to be also a mortgage lender or whatever other type of lender they typically are, but I believe it was mortgage loans at one time.
Glendina Matthew, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation. We are not the regulatory body over credit union. However, we did meet with Pentagon Federal Credit Union as they had interest in coming into the territory. And we have, I've beaten that drum, wanting them to do mortgages also, because I understand the need for competitors in the market. So I have had that conversation with them. At the time when we met with them, they indicated they would come in not doing mortgages initially, just dealing with auto loans. However, that is something they would consider in the future. But it doesn't hurt for us to keep on asking as to whether or not that interest will change eventually, allowing the Virgin Islanders to be able to access additional mortgage capacity in the territory.
Thank you for that, and thank you for that openness. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me the extra time.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Maurice James. You recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a quick question to Director Williams Octilin. About a year or so ago, I remember there was a press release where the governor had gone to Barbados and had explored the construction process in terms of, I think it was modular or prefab. Do you know, because I think you're the person that I should pose this question to today, do you know about anything about that? Or was that something that was being explored further? Any update on that at all? Because I remember seeing that and I was very excited about it.
Senator James, that was part of the exploration to find additional construction methodologies. The next step after that would be for them to submit proposals to the Housing Finance Authority to be able to construct or respond to any of the solicitations that the Housing Finance Authority would have released.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, may I say something? Senator, I sent two of my staff members out to the Bahamas, and we have some video I can share with you to show you what the construction costs and what they look like. They're very, very impressive, and we're sitting there thinking about doing that here if we can afford it or if it's conducive here in the Virgin Islands. So I can send that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator James. Director Biggs?
Yeah, I mean, I will say that we use the International Building Code. And if it meets International Building Code, then we can use different formats of different methodologies in reference to building. And the Haven development used sort of a hybrid in reference to modular and prefab in reference to building that hotel that met code. So the possibility is there to use it. But I also had the numbers that Senator Viale was requested in reference to construction.
Okay.
Of the 65 loans we've approved, 15 have been for construction, 10 has been for purchase and rehabilitation, and 40 has been for outright purchase. So those are the numbers that we have in reference to the 65.
Repeat those numbers again, please.
Yeah, 10 straight construction. I'm sorry, 15 straight construction, 10 purchase and rehabilitation. So that means the home was damaged in some way and there's some money for rehabilitation. And then 40 of them was outright purchase.
Okay, thank you for that. And let me just ask one last question quickly so I can let you guys, go and get something to eat or whatever. I want to go back to, I think, Octilin Williams, Octilin, your testimony, you spoke to senior housing at SA22, right? That was you?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you in respect to that. You said 60 units, right? and bids are due by September 2025.
Yeah,
Okay,
in 2 weeks.
I know I saw them doing, they actually have started doing work out there, clearing the land, as a matter of fact. You're talking about below downstairs, 2 high rise? Where the police station was at?
And the
Central office.
Central office
Yeah.
was, right.
I actually see them start clearing the land out there, you know. So what the $76.9 million, what the time frame we're looking at without any interruptions potentially?
So with the FEMA funding, it's already obligated, and there's a period of performance. But once we in construction and we can demonstrate that the project is moving, the FEMA looks favorable on giving us an extension.
Okay, very well. Again, I want to thank all of you for being here today. We had a very good discussion, and I look forward to a more robust discussion on the 25th and 26th. I must say, I understand, I know that we all have the same end goal in terms of assuring that we find assistance by any means necessary legally to house our people, and it's very important that we do so. I'm going to give Edie Jones, Mr. Biggs, and Ms. Williams 1 minute to give a closing statement.
I just
Please
want to say
proceed.
thank you, Senator, for your committee so that we can discuss housing issues, the complexities, the crisis, the costs, everything that we have talked about today. It's great to get that out and in the open and start talking about this in serious concerns and coming up hopefully with an overall strategy that we can all embrace and move the needle forward. Most of you senators agree that we're not doing enough. We need to do more. We are doing. It's just that the projection has been slow. And so now we're trying to ratchet it up. So I just want to say thank you, my employees and staff are doing a great job trying to collaborate with my colleagues here to my right. And so we thank you.
Thank you for what you do. Director Biggs?
Yeah, Senator, I mean, it's always good to come before committees and share information, and we're always happy to do that. We're thankful that we are the administrators of a very successful, what I think, SLICE program. As I indicated, we'll be out of funds a year before the funds expire. So I think the program, although it started slowly, it's been quite a success. And I really want to take the opportunity publicly to thank my team that works very hard in reference to making sure that they're assisting Virgin Islanders in reference to getting into the home. So particularly the members of the Economic Development Bank, they've worked tremendously to make sure that these things not only get funded, but they get funded on time and we don't miss closing dates. So my accounting department also. So a very hard-working team, and we've been able to, again, administer that program well, and hopefully we'll be able to administer some other programs in the future.
Thank you so much, Derek. Thank you, CEO. Biggs. Director William Actelin.
Yes. So I just want to say thank you, Mr. Chair, for continuing to shine the light on affordable housing. And, you know, this housing is one of our very basic needs, and we want to make sure that we can provide that to our residents of the community. I also want to encourage anyone out there who has property and they're interested in becoming a first-time home buyer. Now is the time. Prices are going up. Please don't hesitate. If you want to become a homeowner, you need to start the process now, doing all the good things like managing your funding, your money, saving, getting ready to understand the home buyer process. So thank you so much. And if you have any questions, please reach out to the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Before we close out, because I did get a text in respect to someone just sent me something saying they have a piece of land. Can they qualify for any of your programs? Buy a lot, build a home.
If you own your property, you have land, please give us a call and we will work with you.
That's what I told them. I'm glad you put it on the record. Again, I want to thank everyone for your input today. I want to thank my staff, central staff, media, public affairs, security, and anyone who had anything to do with this hearing. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is hereby adjourned.